I used to work the night shift at a 24-hour diner just off the highway. One of those old places that still smells like cigarette smoke even though it's been banned for years. Most of our customers were truckers or insomniacs, or the occasional creeper who thought a waitress working at 3 a.m. wanted to hear about his dreams. Anyway, one night I stepped outside for a break around 2:30. Cold, quiet, no cars in the lot. I lit a cigarette and started scrolling through my phone, and that's when I heard it. Someone calling my name. Soft like a whisper, but clear. Ashley. I turned around, expecting to see Tony, the cook, maybe messing with me. But no one was there. The alley beside the diner was empty. And then I heard it again. Ashley, hey. It was my mom's voice. But my mom died 5 years ago. Sudden aneurysm. But I'd recognize her voice anywhere. I used to fall asleep to it as a kid, humming in the kitchen while she cleaned. This voice, though, it sounded right, but wrong. Like it had the notes, but not the warmth. The kind of voice that gets under your skin. Like something pretending to be something it isn't. I backed up toward the door, and that's when I saw it. Just at the edge of the alley, something standing in the dark. But I could see the face just faintly. It looked like her, or tried to, like someone describing her to a sketch artist from memory. The mouth was wrong, and her eyes wouldn't blink. Then, whatever this thing was, said, "Come here, baby," in that same off-key version of her voice. I slammed the door, locked it behind me. I told Tony someone was outside, but of course, no one was there by the time he checked. I didn't take another break alone after that. I haven't had dreams about my mom since, and I've got no idea what any of it means. Many moons ago, I lived in this tiny apartment above a bar. It was a somewhat dingy place. The floor slopes just enough to mess with your head, so I had to position my bed in just the right spot, and the walls let in every inch of sound. Of course, on the flip side, it was cheap, close to work, which is all I cared about at the time. The bar downstairs wasn't bad, kind of a local dive feel to it. Sticky floors, old neon signs, the same 5 guys at the counter every single night. It was loud but manageable. I got used to the muffled music and barstool laughter through the floor, almost like my own version of white noise. But around 2 a.m. every night, like clockwork, the noise would cut off completely, and I'd hear footsteps, not from the bar, above me. Heavy, slow steps, like someone walking in boots, across the ceiling, from one end of the apartment to the other. Except there wasn't an apartment above me, just a roof, and not an easy one to access. When I'd first heard it, I assumed I was wrong about the layout. Maybe the building was weirder than I thought, so I asked the bartender one night if someone lived upstairs. He gave me this long look and said, "You hear it too." He told me they'd have tenants leave within a few months of moving in. One guy said that he woke up to footsteps circling his bed. Another said that he saw someone standing in the corner of the ceiling. Not the corner of the room, the ceiling. I laughed it off, but I started sleeping with the lights dimmed. One night, the footsteps came earlier, around 1:15. I was reading in bed when they started. They stopped directly above me. I didn't breathe. Then there was this sharp sound, like nails on a chalkboard, quickly, from one corner to the other. I got up. I grabbed my keys and I went downstairs to the bar. I didn't say anything, I just sat there. Well, I knew I couldn't stay there all night. and eventually I went back upstairs. I did move out 2 weeks later. When I came back to grab the last of my stuff, I asked that bartender if anyone new had taken the apartment yet. He just said, "Not yet, but it usually doesn't stay empty or occupied long." I used to go to this bar a few towns over. Pool table, cheap drinks, weird regulars who treated it like their living room. I was never really close with anyone there, but I went often enough that people nodded when I walked in. Probably the most divey thing about this place was that they only had one bathroom, a single stall tucked right near the front entrance. The line was always long, and it was usually gross. One night, I was a few beers in and getting desperate, but the bathroom was beyond occupied. This had happened before, and usually I'd just take this opportunity to leave, use the porta potty at the park on the way home. This time, though, before I could, a bartender who I'd never seen before leaned in and said, "Just use the one in the back, past the kitchen, end of the hall." I hesitated, but he nodded and hit the bar gate so that I could walk through. I'd never noticed a hallway back there before. The kitchen was empty. I passed a mop bucket, a half-lit exit sign to the back door, and then I found another door at the end of the hallway. Unmarked, wood-paneled, cold to the touch, but it was the only other door back there. I opened it, and it was indeed a bathroom, but not like the front one. This one was nice, clean, pristine, white tile, soft lighting, music playing faintly through the walls. It wasn't even the same music from the bar. It was classical. The light switch was on the outside, and there was no mirror. That struck me as a little strange, but I was in a hurry, desperate, so I turned on the light, walked in, locked the door. I finished up, went to wash my hands, and realized something else was missing. The door. It was gone. Just a smooth panel of wood where the door had been. I stood there trying to stay calm, thinking maybe I'd hallucinated or was drunker than I realized. Then I noticed the music had stopped, dead silent. I got a bit more frantic with my search for the handle. Then, blackness. The light had gone out, not by my own doing, of course. "Hey, can you help me out in here? Can't seem to find the handle." I called out through the door. Then I heard something scrape behind the wall. This didn't sound like it was coming from the other side of the door. It sounded like it was coming from inside the bathroom. I couldn't see a thing, but it felt like someone else was in that space with me. I was missing the music and lively atmosphere of the bar. All I could hear is what sounded like nails or claws dragging slowly across wood. I backed into the corner, said something out loud. I think it was hey or help. I don't know. I was a whole different kind of desperate then. The moment I spoke out loud, the lights were back, the door was back, just there again. I didn't even think. I yanked it open, sprinted through the hallway, back past the kitchen and into the main bar. Had to have been the bartender that sent me back there. They had to have been messing with me. But the bartender who sent me back there, nowhere to be found. When I told the other guy working what had happened and asked where the other bartender went, the guy just looked at me. "There's no second bathroom. How'd you even get back there?" I told him again. Another bartender let me back there. I described the man, but I just got another look of confusion. He scoffed and continued making someone's drink. I found myself a new spot after that. This happened to me last winter. It's not dramatic and there's no huge final reveal, but it's the one thing that's ever made me question whether something else might be sharing my house. I live alone, except for my niece who visits every other weekend. She's 6, obsessed with unicorns and dinosaurs, and has a designated toy bin in my living room filled with everything from plushies to plastic horses. One of her favorite toys is this little wind-up dog that pops up and barks when you twist it with a key. It's an old-school kind, pretty annoying, but she loves it. I always put it back in the bin after she leaves, same place every time. But a few days after her last visit, I noticed a toy sitting in the middle of the living room floor. I didn't think much of it, figured I'd forgotten to clean it up, or maybe my foot nudged the bin. So I tossed it back in. The next morning, it was back, same spot, facing the couch. I live alone, no pets, no one else has a key. That thing shouldn't be moving on its own. I checked the cameras, just a cheap indoor security cam I have in the corner. It didn't catch anything. The toy just wasn't in the bin anymore. It didn't show up in the footage at all, what had happened to it. One frame it's in, the next it's out. This went on for a week. Every night I'd toss it back in the bin. Every morning it'd be sitting in the exact same spot on the floor. Not even randomly placed, aligned, like someone had positioned it deliberately. One night I stayed up, left all of the lights off, pretended to go to bed, and sat in the kitchen with a clear view of the toy. Nothing happened for hours. Then I heard the click of a wind-up key turning, slow, mechanical, just once. I didn't move, hardly breathed, just waited. Then it barked, just one sharp yip. The sound echoed through the house like a slap. I turned on every light and checked the toy. It hadn't moved, still sitting there, key fully unwound. I got rid of it the next day, tossed it in the outside trash bin. That weekend, my niece came over and immediately asked, "Where's the barking dog?" I told her it broke. She looked confused and said, "Oh, I thought maybe he left since he didn't like you watching him." I asked what she meant. She shrugged. "He only plays when you're not looking." We'd just bought our first house, a small place out in the country, surrounded by quiet roads and empty fields. It felt like a fresh start. Our daughter was only a few months old, and I was still getting used to being home alone at night while my husband worked late. That particular night, I just put the baby down when I heard it. Someone fumbling with the front door. Not knocking, not trying the handle gently. It sounded like someone trying keys that didn't fit. I figured maybe my husband had forgotten his, was having trouble, so I walked toward the door to help. And that's when I heard it. Clear as day, right behind me, like it had been spoken directly into my ear. "Turn on the light." It wasn't my own thought. It wasn't imagination. It was a voice I'd heard before, just a handful of times in my life. And every time I had listened to it, and something bad had been avoided. So I flipped the porch light on without hesitation. Everything went still. The fumbling stopped. And then footsteps, fast retreating footsteps, pounding down the porch steps and into the dark. I couldn't see anyone through the glass, but I stood frozen. My heart was racing, but I wasn't even sure what had almost happened. My husband came home about 45 minutes later. I had his dinner waiting, but I couldn't hold it. Before asking him about his day or anything, I told him everything. He looked concerned, but tried to calm me down. Said maybe it was just someone at the wrong house. And then, just as we were settling in to watch the 11 o'clock news, the report came on. Breaking news. An inmate had escaped from the local correctional facility. Residents are advised to lock their doors and remain vigilant. The suspect is considered dangerous. That facility was less than 3 miles from our house. My husband picked up the phone and called the sheriff's department. They were already searching nearby. From what we heard later, the man had been spotted not far from our property, hiding in an abandoned shed. I still think about what would have happened if I hadn't turned on that light, if I hadn't listened. I don't know who or what that voice is, but I trust it. After my senior year of high school, I took an apprenticeship at a tattoo shop for the summer. When I called to ask about it, a guy named Jolly answered the phone, though he didn't sound very jolly at all. Most of the apprenticeship involved cleaning the shop, answering the phones, and practicing pulling my lines on fake skin. I'm pretty sure I tattooed over 1 million roses of all different styles and sizes. Jolly also was a lot nicer in person. Besides customers, he was usually the only one opening and closing the shop every day, so he was pretty stoked to have someone helping him, keeping him company. And to the man's credit, he didn't once try to get creepy with me. Jolly was always respectful, even threatened some guy who was coming in to get a chest piece done. It was going to be a $2,000 tattoo, one that Jolly tossed out of his shop to protect me from his harassment. That's why I never felt unsafe when he and I would be the only ones at the shop, hanging out after hours. While he looked through the bills and separated little piles of cash for them, I'd either be picking up or practicing. On a few of those kinds of nights, though, something would happen that really filled the remaining nights that I'd spend there with anxiety. It sank in my soul every time the sun set. Jolly wasn't too happy about the circumstances either, but he was able to maintain his composure way better than I could back then. We would hear the front door buzzer activate all the time, like a customer had walked in, but the shop would be empty when one of us would go check it out. A few times it happened while I was sitting behind the reception desk. I'd see the door physically open. There was never any winds or drafts pushing the air around inside. Jolly had already gone through all of the experiments trying to figure out why the anomaly would happen so often but sporadically, and only after the sun had set. That was just plain weird on its own, but what I thought was more unnerving about the whole thing was that the sensor that activated the bell was mounted just inside of the doorway, and the shop doors open out, meaning the door itself wasn't what would set it off. Someone would have to cross the threshold of the doorway to make it ding. But time and time again, the bell would sound and no one would be present. Jolly shared other little things that he'd seen happen around the shop since he bought the place. He had a record player in the corner that he'd rotate albums on throughout the day. He had a wall full of vinyls, a true collector, and his collection was extensive, but the only ones that he'd spin were old blues or jazz artists, saying that that was the only type of music that seemed to keep the place calm, settled. Any other type of music, he noticed it would stir up activity in the shop, and he didn't like dealing with that. Jolly didn't outright say that the building was haunted, but he also thought that talking about it could make it act up. It was part superstition and part first-hand experience that he kept these rules in the shop. Ignore the oddities, clean up anything that may have spilled over, and return to the task at hand. During the times that Jolly wasn't tattooing a customer, he was always up moving around, tinkering with things, really focusing on me with the fundamentals, more than he needed to. I was grateful to have so much of his attention to my progress, but it was probably the result of his insistence on staying mentally and physically distracted, trying to be too busy to bother. Not by me, but by the spirits, I guess. Even the age gap we shared, I tried to show empathy. Told him something like how I could understand how he was going about it. Weirdly, the goal of being distracted from a scary world is what got me into drawing. Since I was young, art had always been there for me. It was my companion when I was lonely, the therapist I communicated my feelings to. Sometimes, staying distracted is all you can do. I started to get choked up at the end of telling him this, and I remember Jolly's expression never changing. Our age gap apparently was too wide for him to return the empathetic gesture. Again, Jolly wasn't a mean guy. He was, however, a grizzled, old Algerian biker guy with a bunch of sailor tattoos that he got from a lifetime of service in the military. He probably stopped feeling real human feelings long before I met him. I don't know how I expected him to react, and I guess I shouldn't have been surprised when he said, "What? I'm not a sad baby. I'm angry these duppies keep messing with the shop." If it's the first time you've heard that word, it sounds racist, doesn't it? It made me pause for a second, too, when I heard him yell it. I asked, "Duppies? Doopies?" And he goes, "Booze. People without a body." In West Africa, a duppy is what they call a ghost. Jolly never acted upset or scared, but the consistent bad juju he'd been dealing with since he'd opened the shop, it had really started to take a toll on him. I think he was embarrassed, too. He felt bad that it was making me nervous, and so now the disturbances were progressively making him more upset. The uptick in his anger seemed to do exactly what he didn't want it to do, and that was to increase the energy. He said that they'd eat negative energy. It's food to them. If that's true, Jolly was hosting a buffet almost every night in the month of August. Business wasn't great either. His tattoo shop was pretty far off the main road, so he hardly got any walk-in traffic. Only a handful when I was there. People asking for small American traditionals that they'd pick off the wall or names. These tattoos didn't make him a lot of money. Unfortunately, I think I met Jolly at a low point in his life. If there was any peace still left inside, the constant stress and gloom had calcified it. You could tell the fake smile he wore, it no longer did what he thought it did. His smile looked more like a wince while he grinded his teeth. The more time we spent together, the more he felt comfortable showing his true feelings. My apprenticeship was ending at the end of August anyway, and so I didn't let his moods affect me. Every time I tried to go in there with a goal to soak up as much hands-on knowledge as I could, while simultaneously staying out of the way, and I did a relatively successful job at that. But I don't think that anything could have prepared us for what was to be my unofficial last day. Both of us were astutely aware of the growing tension inside the brick building. I think Jolly started associating me with the heightened energy, because as I did my best to stay out of his way, anything that would go wrong in the shop, he started blaming on me. I reminded him that his shop had been having problems well before I was there, and he would say, "Not like this. It wasn't like this until you came around." It hurt my feelings, and one night, a week shy of completing my apprenticeship, there was still a few hours left in the evening. Jolly had just finished up a client, and after they'd left, I was sanitizing the station and equipment. Jolly took off his gloves and went out back to smoke. I have my head down, focused on wiping and spritzing a vintage repurposed dentist chair, while I hear the front door slide open and the sensor chimed. I looked up, and standing in the doorway was a man with long gray dreadlocks. They reached past his shoulders. He was an elderly man, but he still looked to be in good health. He wore black pants with a silver wallet chain that hung low on his leg. He stepped maybe 3 feet inside and asked if Jolly was around. I told him he'd just stepped out, but he'll be back in a second. I asked if he wanted to schedule an appointment. I thought while we waited for Jolly, I could check the calendar for available dates. Though before retrieving the book with Jolly's schedule, I knew it was most likely going to be wide open, but I didn't want the customer to know that. For some reason, I thought that it would just look better as a business if it looked like you had something going on. It felt unprofessional to say, "Any day, any time, we'll be open," without even glancing at a calendar. I'm walking back toward the desk as I'm asking him this, and by the time I'm able to grab the book and pretend to flip through it, I'm still waiting for his reply, so I look up at him, but the shop is empty again. I don't think much of it. Maybe the guy changed his mind. I'd seen it happen before during my time there. Someone comes in, hears the whirl of needles, panics, and quickly reconsiders. A few minutes later, Jolly strolls back in. I tell him that someone came in asking for him, but I didn't get his name. He asks what they looked like, and I describe the man and say he had the same kind of tattoos that you do. There was one in particular that I described what it was and its placement because it was a very distinguishing tattoo on the side of his neck. It was an old Vegas slot machine, with 3 of the 4 spinning things having come to rest, but the first is still spinning. The ones that have stopped say UCK, and the one that's still spinning at the front is between the letters L and F. I thought it was clever when I saw it. My description of the man and his tattoo made Jolly say, "What? What? Where did he go?" I say he left just a little bit ago, and that sends Jolly running out the front doors and around the store searching for this person. When he came back into the store, he was out of breath, asked if I told the man that he was there. I say yes, thinking that this is a good thing, but it's seemingly like an act of betrayal. Jolly starts locking all of the doors, telling me to pull the window shades down because now I'm in danger too. Hearing him say that in his gruff accent sends a burst of fright through my body. Thinking the windows were about to be blown out by gunfire or something, I get on my hands and knees and crawled into the back area. Eventually, Jolly met me back there with my purse and my coat, handing them to me, telling me to leave immediately. I started crying, begging him not to throw me out there. I was terrified he was going to show up before I could make it to my car. Jolly tossed my stuff on the table next to me, and then told me that I wasn't safe where I was anymore, but I was still too afraid to move. I was crying hysterically, but as quiet as I could, whisper screaming at him to please let me stay. Then he raised his voice over my tearful hiss and tried to explain to me in the best way that he could why it was better that I left. The man that I'd met was named Calvin Northman. He and Jolly were shipmates, but not in the military. Jolly used to own a fishing boat that he and 3 other men worked on. Him, Calvin, and 2 other guys. Something happens to Calvin on one of their fishing trips. He was accused of stealing by one of the other men. Things get out of hand, and Calvin gets ran through with a harpoon, in the front, out the back. They're miles from land, and as the 3rd guy's trying to keep Calvin conscious, the guy that did the impaling has his hands on his head, staring down at the blood and seawater washing over his feet. And he allows what he's done to sink in. When it does, in another act of sudden brutality, the man grabbed onto the metal chains of one of the big hooks that they use to pull the nets of fish in. It's not too sharp, but the end was still at a pointed tip. He used the metal chains and hoisted himself up, climbing the lever until he was just over the water and far enough that his head was above the hook, and then he could let go of the chain. The hook went through the soft part of his jaw, and his body swung over the waves. Jolly and the other man could only watch in horror as their comrade hanging with the hook through his face didn't die instantly. Instead, they were forced to listen to his gurgled, agonizing screams echo off the metal as he hung off the side of the boat. Then, Jolly described how the man used his hands to almost push the hook into his head, like he was pushing his body weight down until the hook went through enough skin for him to detach and fall into the ocean. With Calvin still barely alive, Jolly keeps the boat pushing forward, but Calvin dies before they can get there. I said, "Died?" "No, I swear he was right there," pointing at the entrance of the shop. He said that Calvin was angry that they couldn't save him, that they didn't protect him while he was alive. He came to Jolly in dreams. The night after his death was the first time he'd seen him, and ever since, Jolly had been living with a sense of unrest every day afterward, fearful that that would be the day Calvin took his vengeance. Adding, even the crewmate that was down there the whole time trying to save Calvin, he wasn't spared. He died a year later. A 34-year-old man, strong, healthy, died of a heart attack. Jolly said the only way a man like that could die that way is if he was scared to death. After saying all of this, Jolly again asks, demands that I get my stuff and that I go. I could hear the sincerity in his voice. He really didn't want whatever was coming for him to also come after me. I did as he begged me to do, leave and never come back. When he'd said it, I thought, no way. Even if I do leave, I'm coming back. But I never went back to the shop. I didn't say goodbye. I didn't collect my final drawings or thank Jolly for everything he taught me. I just left. And for a long time, I felt guilty about that. I still do sometimes. But some things are bigger than closure. I don't know if Calvin ever came back again after that night, or if Jolly's still in that shop spinning records, waiting for the next door chime. I only know that when I think about that summer, I don't remember the flash of the machines or the smell of the green soap. I remember the sound of that bell, echoing through an empty room. And I remember the way Jolly looked at me, like he already knew how his story ended. Okay, so I don't usually talk about this stuff because it sounds like one of those made-up campfire stories, but this really happened, and this seems like a decent place to share it. I was 17, and my family did this cross-state road trip every summer to bond, argue over snacks, and listen to my dad snore in a tent. This one year, we were headed through Missouri. My mom found this quiet little campground online, dirt cheap, right by a lake, tucked into the woods. I won't name it, but it had maybe 4 reviews and a website that looked like it hadn't been updated since 2002. The weirdness started on the drive in. The road curved off the main highway, and then the trees just sort of swallowed us. It felt heavy, not peaceful heavy, like you're being watched heavy. We passed this rusted sign that said, Fairyland Park, closed. And I remember thinking, what the hell is Fairyland Park? Turns out this whole campground was built on top of what used to be a little amusement park from the 50s. They didn't even try to hide it. There were old archways with vines growing through them, and we passed what looked like the remains of a tilt-a-whirl, half submerged in a marshy part of the woods. I thought it was kind of cool, at first. That night, we set up our tents, made s'mores, pretty typical. Around 11 p.m., my parents went to bed. I sat out by the fire a little bit longer, and that's when I heard music. It was faint but unmistakable, old-timey carnival music. Think merry-go-round, but off somehow, slower than it should have been. I turned to look behind me, and I swear to God, I saw this little flickering light weaving between the trees. Just for a second, I saw someone walking, only they didn't look right. Their arms were awkwardly long, and they just kinda hovered more than walked. I didn't say anything the next morning. Figured I had to have been tired. Except my dad woke up with a burn on his hand, like a full-on blistered welt across his palm. He said that he must have touched the coals or something, but the fire was out cold when we went to bed. The second night, it got worse. I woke up to laughter. Children's laughter. But there were no other kids at the campground. I got out of the tent. I saw lights, string lights from a festival, glowing way out in the woods. And I swear, I heard the jingling of ride chains. I heard someone whisper right next to my ear, a woman's voice. "It's almost time." I don't remember running, but I woke up in the front seat of our car, locked inside and shaking like hell. The inside of the windshield had condensation on it, like someone had been breathing against the glass. We left before sunrise. We didn't even pack everything. Later that year, I looked up Fairyland Park. I found one article. The place had burned down in the 70s, an electrical fire during a school event. Multiple kids died, some adults too. One ride operator was found charred, still clutching the lever of a carousel. We didn't see any animals that whole trip. No birds even. Don't even know if we saw any bugs. And that was the last time that Mom was allowed to pick a place for us to camp. And I guess if you're ever on a family road trip and you see a campground that's built on an old park, keep driving. Some places aren't meant to come back to life. Maybe 10 years ago, give or take, I was 22, freshly out of college, and still in that phase where all of your friends think that renting a giant cabin in the middle of nowhere is a good idea. There were 8 of us total, some from high school, some from college, all trying to pretend like we hadn't grown apart yet. We split the cost of this weird but cheap rental. It was in the Catskills. It looked rustic in the listing photos, but had enough beds, a fire pit, a hot tub. We figured it was perfect. There was a door in the hallway that was padlocked shut. I'm talking big industrial-style lock, and a do not open sign duct taped to it. The listing hadn't mentioned a basement at all. When we asked the rental manager, she said that it was for storage and that it must stay closed. Okay, fine. Creepy, but whatever. First night, we partied like idiots. Loud music, drinking games, the usual. But in the middle of the first night, we heard banging. Not like someone knocking, like someone slamming their body against a wall. Deep, rhythmic thuds coming from the hallway. We checked the whole house, didn't find anything. My friend Justin made a joke about something trying to get out of the basement, but his laugh was kind of shaky. Everyone else pretended not to notice. And then the next night, it got colder, like unnaturally cold. We were wearing our jackets inside. The thermostat was set to 73, but the place felt like a meat locker. We blamed the draft until we saw our breath starting to fog in the hallway, right in front of that door. And that's when the whispering started. I wasn't the first one to hear it, but my friend Melanie said that she'd woken up to the sound of someone talking through the floorboards. A woman's voice, muffled but close, repeating something. Said it sounded like, "Let me finish it." We all brushed it off. Maybe she dreamed it. Maybe the place had rats. We joked about haunted basements and passed the bottle around. But on the third night, someone unlocked the door. We don't know who. The padlock was on the floor, open. No one admitted to touching it. I was sure that we didn't even have the key. The basement was pitch black. No light switch that we could find. Just stairs going down into total dark. And this awful, rotten smell. Like dirt and iron and mold, all mixed together. We should have closed the door or walked away. But Justin, of course, he had to go down there. Said that he was going to prove there was nothing. He went down there with a flashlight and disappeared for maybe 3 minutes. Came back, pale, sweaty, not saying a word. Wouldn't tell us what he saw, wouldn't answer questions, just sat outside and chain smoked in the cold. After that, it seemed like things got worse. He stopped sleeping, started muttering to himself in a voice that didn't sound like his. We found him in the kitchen one morning with a fork in his hand, carving something into the table. He didn't even realize he was doing it. The rest of us, we left that night, didn't even finish out the weekend. But Justin, he wouldn't come with us. He insisted that he was fine. He was borderline obsessed with that basement, said that he had work to do. For a while after that, he ghosted all of us, didn't answer texts, calls, nothing. It was like he dropped off the planet. At first, we were trying to get in touch with him regarding damage charges, but then we were just genuinely worried. Some of us were able to confirm that he was alive, but I guess just not talking to us. We told ourselves that he was going through something, that he needed space. A few weeks later, he came back, showed up in our group chat like nothing had happened, dropping memes, making plans. When we finally got him on the phone, he said that he wasn't sure what was going on during that time. Said things had gotten foggy, that he hadn't felt like himself. I feel better now, he told me. It's weird. I don't even remember what I saw down there, or why I stayed. I didn't press him. No one did, really. It was easier not to. We don't really talk about that trip anymore. Not as a group. I mean, only a few of us stay in touch anyway. But there's this quiet agreement that whatever happened in that house, we just leave it alone. Okay, so I'm on my summer break before senior year, and my high school has a swimming pool that opens up to the public every summer. They also have a summer daycare for 1st through 6th grade, and those kids get to swim for 2 hours every morning. I'm one of the lifeguards. I started going in early so I could swim before the kids came. It was nice having the pool to myself. One morning, I dove in off the diving board and got out to jump again. When I came out of the pool and turned back toward the diving board, there was suddenly a little girl at the bottom of the deep end, laying there like a dead fish. She had a pink bathing suit on, long, dark hair. I dove in before I could stop to think about the fact that her presence should have been impossible. She hadn't been there 5 seconds before, and the pool gate was locked. But when I opened my eyes underwater, I didn't see the kid anymore. I stayed down there for as long as I could, but there was nothing and no one on the bottom. I thought maybe they got out on their own because where else could they be? But I was still alone when I resurfaced. The gate was still locked. The kid had just disappeared. I didn't imagine it. I didn't mistake something else for a kid. She was there. When the daycare kids showed up, I talked to one of their teachers. She's an older woman who's been working at the school for something like 30 years. I told her what happened, and she got really upset. She flat out refused to listen to anything about it at all. Later that week, I ran into the vice principal in the office. He's worked there for a really long time. I tried telling him about the little girl, but he got mad and cut me off. He said every time one of the students finds out about the little girl who drowned in our pool back in the 80s, word spreads and people start making up ghost stories. He said one student even pretended that someone jumped on their back and pulled them underwater. A lifeguard had to pull them out, but the student was flailing so hard they busted the lifeguard's nose in the process. No one else had been anywhere near that part of the pool when it all happened. But I hadn't known anything about the little girl who drowned. I had just saw her one day. So what if all those other stories were true too? What if that other kid really did get pulled under by a ghost? I don't want any part of that. I'm going to finish out the summer, but this will be my last lifeguarding gig. There's just no way I want to deal with any of this long term. This was senior year, end of May, High school almost over. That weird limbo where everyone thinks they're invincible and nothing bad can happen before graduation. There were 6 of us who went to the beach that night. A hidden spot off the highway, one of those places that only the locals know about. Sand, seagrass, some washed up driftwood, and a perfect view. Someone brought booze, someone else brought music, and one of the girls, Kendra, brought a Ouija board. It was one of those old ones, not the cheap plastic or cardboard kind. It looked like it had a history. She said that she found it in her grandma's attic, thought it would be funny to use it at the beach. It wasn't funny. We lit a fire, passed the bottle, laughed too loud, and around midnight, she laid it out on a flat rock near the pit. We were drunk enough to try it, sober enough to still feel uneasy. She led the session, said you had to ask permission, say goodbye, all the usual stuff. We started asking the obvious, dumb questions. Is anyone there? What's your name? How did you die? Nothing happened at first. Then the planchette moved, just a little. We all swore we weren't doing it. I thought someone was screwing around, but it kept moving. Slow. It spelled, I did not. We asked, did not what? It spelled, drown. Kendra laughed. Oh, spooky. But her voice cracked. The wind picked up, the fire sputtered, and then the board went still. It stopped moving. The planchette froze. Kendra reached to say goodbye, but it jerked under her finger and flew into the sand. She screamed. We thought it was part of the act, until she started clawing at her throat, like she couldn't breathe. We pulled her away, dumped water on her, tried everything. She gasped and finally snapped out of it. She said it felt like someone had held her head underwater. But the board, it was gone. We all saw where it landed, but it wasn't there. No planchette, no wood, like it had sunk into the sand. Well, we left after that. I remember the next day that we were at school, Kendra acted like she didn't recognize anyone. It was weird. She didn't sit with us, talk to us, wasn't returning messages. She came to graduation, but, again, didn't sit with us. The last time that I saw her was at a gas station, the summer after freshman year of college. She looked burnt out, staring out at the rain. I asked her how she was doing. She just said, goodbye, shook her head and walked out into the storm, into her car. And then she was gone. And so was I. I haven't been back there since. Coming up on 13 years. And yeah, I haven't touched a Ouija board since. I did have something weird happen during a summer trip I took with some college friends. We rented this little house in a beach town, not a touristy place, more like a locals-only kind of vibe. It was more than affordable, and the ideal place for a week of drinking, laying in the sun, and pretending that we weren't about to graduate college with 0 life plans. The house was maybe 3 blocks from the water, and every night we'd walk down to the beach after dinner. There was this long wooden pier. It stretched way out into the ocean, and we'd sit at the end, smoke, talk about dumb stuff, and listen to the waves. The first time I saw him, the man on the pier, I thought he was just some old guy doing the same thing that we were. He was standing alone, maybe 15 feet away from us, back turned, looking out at the water. Long coat, hands in his pockets, didn't move. I figured he was being polite, giving us space. When we got up to leave, I glanced back and he was still there. The next night, same thing. This time he was already on the pier when we arrived. Same spot, same posture, just standing like a statue. Nobody else mentioned him, so I didn't either. Maybe I didn't want to sound paranoid, but something about the way he stood there. It was off, different, like he wasn't looking at the water, more like he was waiting for something in it. By the third night, I was now watching for him. We got to the pier just after sundown, and sure enough, there he was. Same distance from us, same coat, even though it was easily 80 degrees. My buddy Joel cracked a joke about creepy sea ghosts, and the others were laughing. But when I said, like that guy down there, they all looked at me like I'd grown another head. "There's nobody down there," one of them said. "Are you good?" I walked a little closer to prove it, got maybe 6 feet away before something just shifted. The air got heavy, my ears popped. I swear I smelled salt or something like copper. Blood, maybe. I blinked, and he was gone. Just gone. I was completely convinced that I had seen a ghost. None of my friends wanted anything to do with what I was saying, but the next day, I asked the guy running the bait shop if there were any local legends about someone dying on the pier. I figured maybe there was a fisherman who drowned or something. He got quiet. He just said, "Some folks say they see things out there, if that's what you're talking about, when the tide's just right. I wouldn't go looking for them, though. Not if I were you." That night, I stayed behind while the others went to the beach. I couldn't explain why, but I had this awful feeling, like if I went back out there, something would see me back. I never got any confirmation of old history or local legends, but the fact that others had seen stuff out there, that was kind of enough for me. I told my friends about the conversation, but no one seemed to believe me or care. But I know what I saw. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. Not in a cynical, prove-it-to-me kind of way. I just never really thought about it much. I work in HR, I drink too much coffee, I spend most of my day answering emails and wondering how my inbox is somehow always full. This event happened maybe 2 years ago. I had just started a new job working in a converted historic building downtown. It was neat with its high ceilings, exposed brick, lots of character. It used to be a post office in the early 1900s, and before that, apparently a courthouse or jail, depending on which hallway plaque you believe. I stayed late my second week on the job to finish some onboarding paperwork. Everyone else had cleared out by 5, but I wanted to get ahead. Around 6:30, I was the only one left, sitting at my desk on the 3rd floor. The only light on in the entire wing. It was quiet except for the hum of the exit sign and the occasional creak of the old building itself. But I heard footsteps, not above or below, but on my floor, coming down the hallway, slow and deliberate. I figured it was maintenance or security, but then I remembered the security guy came through right before 5. And there's no cleaning staff until after 9. I poked my head out and said, "Hey, sorry, didn't realize anyone was still here." No answer, just the footsteps continuing. So I followed them down the hallway. Empty office after empty office. No one there. The footsteps just stopped, mid-hallway. I stood there for a second, wondering if maybe the building's acoustics were playing tricks on me, when I felt something, just a shift in the air, like someone was behind me. I turned around and caught a glimpse, just a flash, of someone stepping into one of the old mail sorting rooms. The door swung gently shut behind them, even though I hadn't heard it open. I went in, heart racing. The room was empty. I even checked behind the filing cabinets. Not a thing. When I told my coworker about it the next day, they just said, "Oh yeah, that wing's weird. The mailroom used to be part of the old jailhouse. They say one of the inmates died in there. Locked in overnight. Forgotten." I figured that was just office gossip, they said. Sure. I laughed it off, of course. Said it was probably just nerves, but I don't want to work late anymore. Not unless someone else is there. When I was a kid, we lived in a house with a basement that scared me. Nothing was wrong with it. It wasn't unfinished or gross. It didn't smell or have spider webs. It was just wrong. Like it had too much space where there shouldn't be any. The light switch was at the top of the stairs, but even with it on, it never really lit up the room all the way. There was this corner you couldn't see unless you went all the way down, and I hated that. I'd run down, grab whatever my mom asked for, and run back up, my heart pounding the whole time. But the really weird thing is, I don't remember it being as scared when she was there. This woman in the corner. I'd see her out of the corner of my eye standing by the shelves. Sometimes she'd hum. I remember that part clearly. This soft little tune I never recognized. I never told my parents about her. I think I thought that everyone had someone like that in their basement. Years later, after we'd moved out, I finally brought it up. My mom got quiet and said, "You know, you used to hum a tune in your sleep sometimes. I always thought it was something you made up." I didn't. I had just picked up my boyfriend, and we stopped at my place so I could take a bath before heading to my mom's house. We'd only been dating for about a week, so no, we weren't at that stage yet. Plus, I'm a pretty private person, and he's a bit of a prankster, so while he stayed outside on the porch to smoke a cigarette, I went inside, back to my bedroom, and locked the door behind me. Well, put the chain on, actually. My room is small, no closets, no dark corners, nowhere for someone to hide. The only window sticks and takes a ridiculous amount of effort and noise to open. I ran the bath, got in, and started washing my hair, and then movement. Out of the corner of my eye, something shifted. Before I could fully turn my head, a hand, shot out and grabbed the handle of the bathroom door, slamming it shut. For a second, I didn't react, didn't scream, didn't panic. I just laughed. Thought my boyfriend had somehow slipped in behind me and was messing around. I stepped out of the tub, yanked the door. No one was there. The chain on the bedroom door was still latched. The window hadn't budged. There was nowhere for anyone to go. I walked the room in circles, checking everything. My stomach slowly sinking with that awful, skin-prickling feeling of wrongness. When I finally made it outside, my boyfriend was still exactly where I had left him, on the porch, finishing his cigarette. And that was only the beginning. A few days later, the light started flickering. Annoying, but nothing exactly terrifying. I live in a double wide, so bad wiring seemed like the logical explanation. But then one night, I was heading to the kitchen for a glass of water when the hall light suddenly went out. Again, not a big deal. But then the broom, propped behind the washer, fell over, slamming across the hallway, cutting off my path. I sighed, annoyed, but before I could move it, a shadow darted past me, straight into the kitchen. I barely caught the shape, tall, fast, pitch black. My first thought was my cat, until I turned around and saw her sitting on my bed, watching me, tail flicking. I went straight back to my room and shut the door. The next day, my fountain drink exploded. No reason. It wasn't hot, it wasn't cold, the air conditioner wasn't on. There was no one near it. It just burst. Sticky soda everywhere. I started to think I was losing it. But then my boyfriend and a few friends started mentioning weird things happening when they came over too. And here's the thing. I hadn't told anyone about my own experiences yet. I still see things sometimes. Tall shadows shifting near the bathroom. Quick darting figures in my peripheral vision. I tell myself it's just my cat. I tell myself it's my mind playing tricks on me. I've even been to therapy. Schizophrenia was ruled out. Seasonal depression, sure. Maybe that could explain some of it. If so, I'd almost be grateful. At least then my brain could make sense of it. But I know what I saw. I know what happened. And I don't need to prove it to anyone. If you've had something like this happen, just know they can't hurt you. It's weird, it's scary, but once you've been through it, nothing else in the dark seems quite as bad. I was never one to believe in ghosts, let alone Ouija boards. But when you're 17 at a friend's house in the middle of nowhere, and someone pulls out the board, you just play along. It was me, my best friend Jess, her cousin Nate, and his girlfriend Emily. We were in Jess's basement, the kind that was never finished. Concrete floors, exposed beams, old furniture covered in sheets. We lit a couple candles for the vibe, of course, and we put our hands on the planchette. At first it was the usual nonsense. Is anyone here? Slow, shaky, yes. What's your name? Gibberish. We all accused each other of moving it, laughing every time it spelled something dumb. But then Nate, being the skeptic he was, rolled his eyes and asked something different. Tell us something only one of us would know. The planchette didn't move for a long time, and just as Emily was going to call it quits, it slid. It took its sweet time, but eventually we could see that it had spelled, sorry about the clock. Jess went pale. She pulled her hands away. Nope, I'm done. We all asked what that meant, but she refused to answer. We tried to keep going, but she wouldn't put her hand back on the board, so we said goodbye and packed it up. Later that night, after we were all camped out in the living room, Jess finally told us. Her grandfather had passed away earlier that year. The last time she saw him, he'd been fixing an old clock for her, one that hadn't worked for decades. He was halfway through the repairs when he had a stroke and passed away 2 days later. She still had the clock, untouched, sitting in the basement. I wish that was the end of it. But around 3 a.m., I woke up to this quiet, ticking, slow, rhythmic sound. I figured everyone had left their phone alarms on, but when I sat up, I realized it was coming from the basement. I was not about to investigate alone, so I shook Jess awake. She was groggy and annoyed, but when I told her to just listen, her expression changed. We woke up Nate and Emily. None of us wanted to go down there, but we also couldn't just ignore it. So with our phone flashlights cutting through the dark, we made our way to the basement floor. The moment Jess pulled it open, the ticking stopped. We stood there, silent, and then Jess muttered, "It's coming from the workbench." We inched forward, and sure enough, the clock, her grandfather's unfinished project, was sitting there, and the second hand was moving. The thing was working. None of us knew what to say. Jess walked up to it, hesitated, and then reached out and picked it up. She turned it over in her hands, eyes wide, and whispered, "It's not wound." The thing had no batteries, no working mechanism. It had been broken for years, and yet it had ticked. I don't think it was evil. I don't think it was even trying to scare us. But I do think it was real. And I'll never touch a Ouija board again, because sometimes the dead are still listening, and sometimes it might not be somebody's grandpa. I guess in this case, we just got lucky. There was a show that aired in the early 90s that me and my brother got super into called James Randi, Psychic Detective. It was a program filmed in front of a live audience, and the host, James Randi, would have guests on, all who claimed to possess psychic or unworldly abilities. Then, under controlled experiments, if they can prove their abilities to be true, they'd win a cash prize of $100,000. And wouldn't you be surprised to know that none of the contestants ever won the money over the whole duration of the show being on the air? James Randi was always polite, a very matter-of-fact person when he'd gesture the failed psychic off the stage, and every time, the looks on their faces were so sad, like they really thought they were going to do whatever they were going to do. How do you get such grandiose levels of delusion? To put yourself through that humiliation on TV, in front of a live audience, they volunteered their time to go do that too. It's not like James Randi traveled to their place of business with a camera crew and put them on blast. These people did it to themselves. They probably pulled a couple fast ones in their small towns, thought that they were good enough for the big time. Phony, fake, magician valor. Keeping all this in mind, names have been changed because my brother actually did make a little name for himself in the journalism field, and he works for a news station. Sometimes he takes me along or lets me get backstage with him when they're doing fun events, and I wouldn't want to ruin that. Most I can say is, if you live in the South, let's say Southeast, and watch the morning news, a morning news anchor that you see dressed in a nice suit, looking all professional while he delivers the headlines, that's actually my big brother in disguise. And this story is about when he was in his first year of college. In the suburban area we lived, right before the houses start turning into businesses, there was a psychic that ran her business out of her house. This place had always been there ever since I could remember. No matter what time, day or night, the neon sign in the window has never been turned off. It looked expensive. The sign took up most of the front window. It was a humongous hand with an eye in the center. Psychic was written above the eye, making it look like it had eyelashes. The owner was a woman. I'd say she was in her late 40s. She looked about our mom's age at the time. Her hair was dyed black, Alice Cooper-looking makeup, the whole 9 yards. But that's all I ever saw of her, until my brother Pete came home on vacation, first semester of college. He was determined to write an investigative hit piece on our local town psychic, expose her for the fraud that she was, blah, blah, blah. He came home like his whole GPA would plummet if he didn't bring this lady down over his 2-week break that he had back in town. He did some of his freshman psychology and convinced me to join him on his mission. I was 15. It was either that or stay home with our parents. I said, yeah, sign me up. He brought home a bunch of spy gadgets like tiny mics and cameras, showed me how to use the recording equipment. His first plan was to call the place himself, ask for an appointment with a made-up story, but we couldn't even find a listing in the phone book. He would have to walk in and do it in person. For his first interaction, Pete was mic'd up while I sat in the back seat of his car, with my lap filled with a clunky transmitter linked up to a tape recorder-looking thing. I don't know how all of it hooked up, but my job was to listen in with these big headphones and move the wire transmitter around if he got staticky. We parked across the street and Pete got out to go in, but when he tried the door, it was locked. Under the neon sign in the window next to the door, there was a much smaller sign with a phone number that he wrote down. But since we'd already made the trip, he knocked. Nobody came to the door. Persistent, Pete kept with rap-tap-tapping on the glass. A disadvantage about working from home is that people have a good idea at knowing when you're there, because all of your cars are in the driveway. That's what made Pete continue knocking. Then, she just appeared at the door. She didn't open it, but she was standing on the other side of the glass, glaring at Pete. I hear him go, "Whoa," and her ask what. He says, "I need a psychic reading," and she says no, then disappeared from the door. Pete starts knocking again and trying to explain his made-up story and why he desperately needs her services, saying that he'll pay her $100. She returns to the glass and tells him that she doesn't take on clients and to go away. Pete says, "But I need your help." She says, "No, you don't," then disappears from the door again. Pete slowly walks back to the car. There's a defeat in his voice that the recording captures when he gets in, along with him cussing at me because I hadn't yet turned off the recorder. Next day, he calls the number that he wrote down, and in a surprising change of predictions that we had, she answered almost on the first ring. It caught Pete off guard, and his first lines are a stammering bumble. Something about his 15-year-old sister's been kidnapped, case has gone cold, needs her help. Somehow, she recognized his voice, confirms that they'd met the day before. He says yes, and then there's a long pause on the phone. Then, she says 3 o'clock and hangs up. Pete says thank you to a dial tone before hanging up his line. He tells me she took the bait. Then we went to the garage and began setting up the equipment in his car, fitting him up with his spy gear. This time he was going to use a small camera, concealed under a baseball cap. Up until we left for his appointment, Pete spent the whole time making sure everything was perfect and rehearsing his story, telling me to throw him a curveball question so he can practice improvising answers. He was ready. He was going to go in there with some random stuff he collected around the house, claim that they were mine, and then ask if she could get a sense as to what happened in my cold case. We got there punctually at 2:50, but the door remained locked until 3. On the dot of 3, the mic picked up a loud squeak when the bolt locks turned on the inside of the door, and then it opened on its own. The moment Pete steps through the threshold of the building, all of his electrical equipment went haywire. I tried moving the transmitter in all different ways, but the static wouldn't let up. Then everything in the car just shut down. He went in there, unaware that his gear had malfunctioned, and closed the door behind him. Now this part is purely from my brother's point of view because none of the equipment would come back on. But there was no reason for him to have lied about what happened and intentionally tank his potential grade for this investigative story. When he returned back to the car, I didn't know how much time had passed. I didn't have a watch on, but he couldn't have been in there for more than 10 minutes. At first, he didn't say anything when he got in the car. I was on the edge of my seat asking what happened. What did it look like in there? Did she buy the story? But then it was the first time I'd seen my big brother cry. He put his head on his steering wheel before focusing a response between his clenched teeth. All he said was, "She's real." Then he stepped on the gas and we drove back home. The car ride was quiet. I could see Pete was still trying to process everything. Eventually he settled down, and I was able to get the whole story about what had happened. When he walked in, she was sitting at a table at the far end of the darkened room. Pete walks in and thanks her for seeing him, and he approaches the table with the items for her to inspect. Behind the woman, incense were burning, and Pete said that he saw a human figure form in the smoke and became a solid entity, standing behind the woman's chair. Again, though, we grew up watching James Randi. Pete was prepared for her tricks. She doesn't acknowledge the being behind her, and Pete ignores it as well, doing his best not to look intimidated or even entertained by something he thought debunkable. My sad cold case story is retold. As she pushes some of the items around on the table in front of her, her hand freezes over an old book. She looks up from the table. She stares deep into my brother's eyes. She says, "Your sister is not missing, but someone else is trying to talk to you." Pete sticks to his story, but is willing to see what she means by someone else. He asks, "Who?" And she asks, "Do you have an uncle, Norman?" He says, "Yes, because we really did have an Uncle Norman." She asked if he died. Pete says yes, because Norm had died in an accident a few years earlier. Norm was like Pete's idol or hero. When she mentioned his name, his skepticism began to melt, and he couldn't hide his genuine emotional response when she started talking about him. We hadn't role-played a situation like this. Pete didn't know how to respond, getting called out directly, still staring right at him. She tells him that she knew he was there under false pretenses. He gave up the goods and admitted to the hit piece he was trying to write for class. How do you stay in business if you don't take clients? Who are you ripping off to pay for all of this expensive stuff? With no other options, he let his questions fly. She told him she doesn't take monetary payments for her services. She knows who really needs her and who doesn't. The decorations in her home and even the home itself were gifts for her, ones that had been given by grateful clients. Then she says, Norm is here though, and he wants to tell you that he's burning in hell for eternity. She laughs and tells Pete that his soul was weak and that she'll make sure demons devour it to recoup Pete's disrespect. He stood up from the table, started to gather the things that he brought. The woman left him with one last warning before Pete could run out. She addressed him by his real name, saying, Pete, heed this warning, or you too will join your pathetic Uncle Norm in hell. Never return to this property. If you're walking down the sidewalk, cross the street before you reach my house, or your last name will be a synonym for cursed misfortune. He says he didn't even try to remember that, but he can't forget it. The cloud figure standing behind her then moved like it was coming towards Pete, and that's when he almost fell trying to get out of there. And that was the end of it. I think he changed the topic of his investigative piece on some protests happening at his campus. It was the last time my brother ever attempted that hard-hitting nose-to-the-ground journalism. He traded it for a more political field and never looked back. That psychic's house is still there to this day, and to this day, I don't really have any reason to be walking on that sidewalk, entering town. But if I ever do find myself moseying up that way, I make sure to cross the street before passing the house. While walking back to my house from the back of my property around dusk, I turned the corner to where my driveway and house was in view. I saw a tall, dark shadow of a person with no facial features or anything, just all black. It walked towards me and I walked towards it, since it was in front of my house in the driveway. I was watching it walk towards me, and I had an uneasy feeling because I couldn't make out who it was, but I assumed it was my husband's friend coming up to help with working on the truck in the back of the property. Because of this, it didn't click in my mind how there were no facial features, and then I took my eyes off of it for probably 2 seconds, just checking on the puppy that was standing next to me. And then once I looked back up, expecting to see someone a handful of feet away from me, there was no one. They were just suddenly gone. Freaked me the fuck out, to say the least. I was scared of walking outside at night by myself. It took months for me to get over that. I was about 10 years old when I saw the most unsettling thing I've seen in my life. It was 1995, summer. I was riding my bike home from a friend's house, cutting through the empty schoolyard like I always did. The playground sat abandoned as it always did. I should have felt safe. Broad daylight, familiar setting, nothing unusual. But then I saw it. It was standing near the chain link fence, just beyond the basketball courts. At first, I thought it was a person. A tall man, maybe. But as I rode closer, Something was wrong. Its body, too thin, and it was so dark, not wearing clothes like anything I'd ever seen. Its head, or whatever was atop its shoulders, was tilted downward, like it was studying something near its feet. I slowed my bike. My stomach hurt. Something about it made my skin crawl. The air felt different around it. It wasn't that summer breeze. It was heavy, thick. The cicadas had stopped, and it was silence that ran through my ears. Even the heat seemed less oppressive, like the sun itself had moved away from this thing. I could have just pedaled faster, and I should have just gone home, but I didn't. As if sensing me, the figure's head finally lifted, and that's when I saw its lack of a face. There were no eyes, no mouth, just a smooth black void. It was featureless, wrong in every way, and I can't really explain it, yet I knew it was looking at me, that it could see me, seeing it. I gripped the handlebars so tight that my knuckles were hurting. My feet were hovering over the pedals, caught between fight and flight. Then it moved, not towards me, just a hand. A long, dark void of a hand. And then it pointed at the slide. At first I didn't understand. The rusted metal slide was old, too hot to play on during the day. It stood there, empty. The surface was gleaming under the sun, and I glanced back at the figure. It hadn't moved. It was just pointing. And then I heard its voice. It was in my head. Go down the slide. It wasn't a suggestion. It was a command. I felt my body tense and my muscles were locking. My hands were trembling on the handlebars. My feet, as if controlled by something outside myself, shifted toward the ground. Go down the slide. The words were calm, patient, but insistent. My stomach twisted again. I didn't want to, but my legs swung over the bike seat anyway. My body moved on its own, like a puppet, and invisible strings pulling me. My sneakers crutched against the gravel, and I walked forward. Just once, the voice said again. I was at the base of the slide now. I reached out, brushing the hot metal. It burned my skin, but I didn't pull away. I was shaking. I wanted to stop, to run, but I couldn't. A soft, slow, clicking sound echoed behind me. It was dry, like something tapping against bone. The figure hadn't moved. I couldn't see its face, of course, but I felt like it was smiling. My foot lifted, ready to climb the steps. Then a car horn blared. The sound had shattered whatever hold had been over me. My limbs snapped back to control, and I staggered away from the slide. I was trying to catch my breath. The car pulled up near the sidewalk. My neighbor, Mr. Reed, he was sitting in the driver's seat staring at me with a frown. You okay, kid? I turned back to the fence. The thing was gone. I noticed the normal sounds returned. Cicadas. They were buzzing so loud it felt like they were drilled into my skull. The air was warm but breezy. Normal. I didn't answer Mr. Reed. I just bolted back to my bike. I pedaled as fast as I could, and I never cut through that schoolyard again. I never told anyone about what I saw, what nearly happened. But sometimes when I'd pass that playground or get a glance at that slide, I wonder what would have happened if I climbed those steps, if I'd sat down, let myself slide into whatever was waiting for me at the bottom. Surely I would have burned myself pretty bad. I don't know. I think about that moment a lot. We were sitting in the living room, my sister and I, talking about our grandfather. It had been a year since he passed. He was the kind of man who never had much to say, but somehow still managed to fill a room. Always polished shoes, always carried peppermint candies in his pocket. We weren't crying or anything like that, just remembering, telling stories, laughing quietly at the little things, his terrible handwriting, how he used to insist that all bananas were too green. The picture frame on the bookshelf across from us, third shelf down, a photo of him and our grandma on their anniversary. He's smiling in it, something rare. His hand is on hers. It's one of those moments that doesn't look like much until the person's gone, and it suddenly means everything. We were mid-conversation. She was saying something about his old workshop when I noticed it. The picture frame had turned, not tilted or tipped, it turned, slowly and deliberately, as if someone had gently twisted it to face us. The movement took maybe 3 seconds, just enough to make my stomach drop. I pointed. My sister turned and saw it mid-move. Neither of us spoke for a good 30 seconds. There was no draft in the house. Nothing was shaking the floors, and nothing else moved. Just that one frame. She got up and walked over to it, placed a hand on it, looked behind the shelf. Nothing strange and nothing out of place. "Okay," she said, half laughing, but her voice cracked a little. "Hi, Grandpa." We haven't seen it move since, but we do swear that it happened. And neither of us has moved that frame back, still facing the direction he left it, in that room. I moved into a rental duplex in a small town outside of Asheville, North Carolina, right before spring. It's a nice little sleepy place where people still wave at each other on the sidewalks, and the only restaurant is a diner that closes at 6. I was in a bit of a transition, basically where I was saying new start a lot until it started to feel like one. The unit was clean, the rent was cheap, and the place came with a little patch of gravel driveway that curved around a clump of dogwoods. I didn't know it yet, but that driveway would be the reason I started locking my bedroom window. It started subtle. I'd come home in the morning and see little piles of pebbles in neat triangles on the hood of my car, or one of my side mirrors completely turned inward. The first few times I brushed it off, probably neighborhood kids, could even be a raccoon. But then one morning in early March, I woke up just after 3 a.m. to a sound I couldn't explain. I sleep light, always have. It wasn't a bang or a thud, more like gravel shifting. I crept over to the blinds and peeked out. There, in the soft pill of the porch light, was a girl. She couldn't have been older than 10 or 11, hair pulled back into a low braid, white nightgown stained at the hem. She was barefoot, standing right in the gravel drive, staring at my car. At first I thought that she must be sleepwalking, maybe from the unit next door. But when I opened the door and stepped out onto the porch, she didn't look at me. She didn't move at all. Just as I was about to say something, she just slowly lifted her hand and pointed at the front of my car. I froze, not because of what she did, but because of how she looked doing it. Her arm bent at the wrong angle, her finger crooked like it had been broken and never healed right. And though the porch light should have illuminated her face, it didn't. Her features stayed hidden in the shadows, like the light couldn't quite reach her. I said, "Are you okay?" But the moment the words left my mouth, she dropped her arm, turned around, and walked off, right through the row of dogwoods lining the drive. The next morning, I saw tire marks, long and black, carved through the gravel. My neighbor's car had clearly tried to brake, but not fast enough. He told me later that morning, visibly shaken, he'd swerved to avoid hitting a girl in a white nightgown, standing in the driveway. She came out of nowhere, he said. I don't even know where she could have come from. It was like she was just there. He missed her, but in doing so, slammed into the wooden fence next to the duplex. His airbags deployed, and he was fine, just bruised and terrified. A few days later, I brought it up to the woman who manages the rentals. I kept it casual at first, but when I mentioned what we'd seen, she went quiet. There was an accident in that drive, she finally said. Almost 20 years ago now. Little girl snuck out to ride her bike at night. Driver didn't see her. It was tragic. The girl's name was Lacey. She died right where my car had been parked. I didn't see her again after that night. No more pebbles, no more gravel shifting in the dark. I don't know if she was warning me or my neighbor, or just reliving something that never let her rest. But I know what I saw, and I also know I'm not the only one. I just know some people are gonna laugh at this. I just wish I could also convey how serious I am. I was at the grocery store, halfway through my list and zoning out near the bread and tortillas. You know where you get into that mindless rhythm. Eggs, milk, grab this, grab that. That's where I was, just moving along. And then the tortillas jumped. Not fell, not slid. Jumped. A sealed pack of corn tortillas, middle shelf, maybe shoulder height, shot out from the row and landed on the floor right in front of me. It was just like someone had tossed it from a short distance. Not tumbling down, not gliding off the edge, just launched. I stood there, blinking at it. There was no one else in the aisle, no cart bump, no breeze. Nothing on the shelf was stacked precariously. I picked up the package slowly, like it might move again. It was cold, normal. Just tortillas. I laughed a little under my breath. Okay, I get it, I said. Enchiladas tonight. I put them in my cart, but I couldn't shake the feeling. My skin prickled like goosebumps. That weird internal quiet after something wrong happens was inside of me. I walked faster after that. Didn't even finish my list. That was 3 months ago. And yeah, the enchiladas were good, but it was still spooky. I never expected to inherit anything, but when my grandmother passed away, my mom asked if I'd mind going to her house and staying for a few weeks to help sort through some things. She lived alone in a small 2-bedroom place out in Pennsylvania. Quiet neighborhood, not much going on. But the house had that strange stillness that only homes filled with old memories seem to carry. I agreed, partly out of guilt, partly because I'd always loved her. She was the kind of grandmother who told bedtime stories with way too much detail and insisted you never go to bed angry. Her house always smelled like tea and wood polish. Even after she passed, that smell never left. The first few nights were uneventful. I spent my days boxing up her belongings, labeling old photo albums, and listening to the wind creak the porch swing. Nights were quiet out there. A little too quiet. I started sleeping with the door cracked open just to let in some light from the hallway. One night, maybe around 2 a.m., I woke up freezing. I hadn't realized how drafty the room got when the heat kicked off. My blanket had slipped down to my legs, and I was too groggy to do much about it. I rolled to my side, pulling it lazily back up to my chest. And just as I started to drift off again, I felt it. The blanket moved, not yanked, not kicked off, but pulled up, gently, from the bottom corner in a motion so smooth it stopped my breath. It slid all the way up to my chin and then lightly pressed my shoulders, as if someone had just tucked me in. My eyes shot open. I didn't move a muscle. I just stared at the ceiling. My heart was pounding. I was trying to convince myself I'd imagined it, but I hadn't. The blanket had been lifted, smoothed, placed around me with care. I didn't hear anything or see anything, but I felt it. The same way that you feel someone looking at you in a crowd. The way you just know when you're not alone. I whispered, "Grandma," before I could stop myself. All I heard was the sound of the house settling, but I slept through the rest of the night, warm, safe, as if whoever or whatever had done it had just wanted me to be comfortable. I stayed another week after that, and every night, without fail, my blanket seemed to stay exactly where it needed to be. From 3 to 13, I lived in a nice home out near Yosemite National Park. Nothing super spectacular about it. 4 bedrooms, a den, dining room. It was the norm for a family home there. Just down a little dirt road, and if you've ever been around those parts, you'll know, miles away from civilization. My whole childhood, I was visited by this girl in white. She never spoke. I would just wake up at night and see or feel her there. I asked my dad, and his response every time was, "The men in our family can see ghosts." My rationale of this, because I'm a skeptic, and I remain this day to be, but the story I'm telling made me question. My rationale was that we had some sort of mild schizophrenia running through our family. It didn't bother me. She didn't look like other people. There was this something off about her thing. After my father died, my mother decided to sell the house and went through a realtor. We never once had contact with the buyers, only knew them by name. The buyers had a son who went to the same school as our old neighbors, dear friends of the family, and the son apparently came to school without having slept for many nights, complaining that there was a girl who watched him at night and that he needed to get out. Shivers go up my spine every time I remember this. I grew up in a small town in northern Minnesota, the kind of place where the woods start right at the edge of your backyard and stretch on forever. My family wasn't big on technology, so my childhood was mostly spent outside, building forts, climbing trees, and running wild until the sun went down. I was about 10 when my dad decided I was old enough for my first solo camping trip. Not far, just past the creek behind our house, maybe a mile or 2 in. I'd camped plenty of times before with him and my older brothers, but this was a test, a way to prove I could handle myself. He helped me pack a small tent, a sleeping bag, and just enough food for a night. I wasn't scared. If anything, I was excited. I remember hiking in with no trouble, picking a spot in a small clearing surrounded by tall pines. The trees were thick enough to block most of the sky, but there was still enough moonlight filtering through that I could see without a flashlight. I set up camp, ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and crawled into my sleeping bag feeling pretty proud of myself. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. Not to a sound exactly, more like the absence of sound. The woods are never quiet, not even at night. There's always crickets, owls, rustling of leaves and the wind, but when I opened my eyes, it was dead silent. But then I heard something. I heard someone breathing. It creeped me out because it didn't sound particularly close, but it wasn't far away either. Why could I hear it? Somewhere in the trees, just beyond my line of sight. was something making slow, deliberate inhales and exhales, like whatever it was wanted to be heard. My first thought was a bear. My dad had told me what to do in that situation. Stay still, don't make sudden movements, let it pass. But then, between those heavy breaths, I heard something else. A voice. It was quiet. Almost a whisper, but clear enough that I could make out the words. I see you. Every hair on my body stood up. I don't know how long I lay there, barely breathing, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. I told myself it's gotta be the wind, maybe even a dream, so I pinched myself. But then, just as I started to believe it could be a dream, the voice came again, closer. Come out now. I shot up, heart pounding so hard I thought that I might shake the tent. I wanted to run, but every part of me screamed, don't move. The zipper on my tent was just inches away, but I couldn't bring myself to reach for it. Then the breathing stopped, and the forest came back to life. Crickets, wind, the distant hoot of an owl, like someone had just flipped a switch. I sat there, frozen, until the first hint of dawn crept through the trees. Only then did I finally gather the courage to unzip the tent and step outside. Nothing was there. No footprints, no broken branches, just the woods, looking the same as they always had. I packed up my things and hiked back home without stopping once. My dad asked how it went. I told him it was fine. I asked him if he'd paid me a visit. He looked at me, confused. I never mentioned the voice. I still don't know what I heard that night. I have spent plenty of time in the woods since then, but I've never camped alone again. Sometimes even now, when I wake up in the middle of the night, if it's silent, it's eerie to me. I need noise. I just think about the slow, deliberate breathing just outside my tent. My late brother saved my life. His name was Morgan, and he died of COVID in 2020. He already had underlying health conditions brought on by his time in the military that made it unable for him to fight off the infection after he got sick. He served in the Army for several years, and when he appeared to me, he was dressed in his full military gear. Not his uniform, but tactical gear, like I'd only seen in photos of him overseas. It happened a couple of years ago. There was a fair in Winnipeg. I'm American and live in Minnesota. Winnipeg's right over the border. Me and my friends would always go back and forth over the border to party. We saw advertisements at the gas station for the traveling fair. All of us got excited, and we knew we had to go. The next Saturday, me and my 3 friends all piled into my car with only our passports and some cash. It was later into the night, and the fair was slowly starting to clear out. There must have been an hour left before they officially closed. Most of the vendors and rides were in the process of shutting down. We'd been there all day, and I know most of us were out of money by then. It was exchanged for fair food and stuffed animals that we won from games. I still have a few stuffed cow keychains that I won that night. I worked hard for these stupid softball-sized cows, and I got quite a few. A lot of the games had them as prizes, and I made it my mission to win as many as possible that night. I know my final tally was in the double digits, more than 9, that's for sure, but I only ended up leaving the fair with 3. I was on the furthest left side of the group, with my hands full heading towards the exit, and from behind me, I heard my brother's voice shout, "Hey, shitstain." And that's what he used to call me. It was a nickname for me, a term of endearment. Instead of little bro, he called me shitstain, even when he was in a good mood. And my parents never stopped his behavior, so shitstain was able to slowly replace my real name over the years. Wild to think about later in life, but That's what we got going on during this period of my life, and remember, he fought for our country, so cut him some slack. So, from directly behind me, I hear, "Hey, shitstain." And instinctively, I flinch and dive, because most of the time after hearing that, there's going to be something launched in my direction following the greeting. It was an uncontrollable reaction that sent me flying down into the muddy ground on my knees. And that's when I lose the majority of my stuffed cow keychains, sinking into the muck in front of me. At that precise moment, though, I was more distracted, watching a helium tank shuttle over my head like a rocket after skipping on the ground a few feet in front of me. The canister barely cleared me and shattered the bones of the legs of the person behind me. If I wouldn't have ducked, that metal cylinder could have decapitated me easily, or caved in my chest if it missed my head. Either outcome, I'd have been without major organs functioning if it hit me. Some drunk carny was loading a bunch of tanks into the back of a truck. One fell off and landed just at the right angle to crack the top and send it like a bottle rocket. It was pandemonium for the people around that saw it happen. There was a cacophony of screams as some rushed to the man's aid and others looked on in frozen disbelief. The carny actually tried to get in his truck and drive away, but more people jumped in to stop him. This is all happening around me at the same time. It's hard to explain what it's like right after almost dying. I was in shock, sitting on my knees there in the mud. I began crying, and I couldn't lift myself up. My muscles refused to move. Still looking for my brother, dressed in his full tactical suit, camo pants. I started looking for anyone fitting that description, which you'd think would be easy. Everyone, though, was in civilian clothing. Behind me, a woman screamed, "He's losing a lot of blood." And in front of me, I saw an ambulance speeding right for me, and the shock of near death quickly wore off when the threat of real death presented itself. I got up and moved aside. I picked up the cows that hadn't been run over and walked to the front gate to meet up with my friends. I didn't see that they had run behind me to help the guy during the commotion. When we did all get back together, they were all quiet, experiencing a shock of their own after helping with the guy's injury. He was in pretty bad shape by the time medics were loading him up. The tank basically tore his leg in half, and one of my friends had to use his shirt as a tourniquet until help arrived. They didn't even see how close I'd come to getting my head taken off by it. I told my mom this story when I got home, and it made her cry. She said my brother would be my guardian angel when he died. Not being a religious person, I never put weight into her saying that, and this experience didn't make me go out and get a Bible, but it did make me believe in something more, something past our skin suits. And what do you think? I told my friend this story, and she told me her grandmother reached out to her in the same kind of way. She wasn't in the middle of a near-death experience, but when she was little, she was riding her bike on a long stretch of road when the chain slipped and she lost control. Her bike went off the side of the road into a ditch, and she thinks that she was briefly knocked unconscious after the crash because she remembered leaving the road. But when she opened her eyes again, she was looking directly up into the blue sky, and her grandma was standing over her. She tells her, "You're all right, honey," then backs out of her line of view, so all she can see is the sky again. When she sat up, she was all alone in the ditch. She had to walk her bike up the rest of the way. The wheels were now bent along with the previous chain issue. When she got home, she had the same conversation with her mom that I did with my mom, claiming our deceased relatives are now guardian angels. Have any of you ever had an old family member come help when you needed them? Not everybody in my family is good, and there's more than a few that I wouldn't want checking on me in the afterlife. I don't really know how to feel about this then. It sounds good until you consider my dead, creepy great-uncle. I'm sure that he would have loved to be my guardian angel. What's to stop him from watching me sleep? Am I taking this idea too far? I think these are the questions that need to be asked if we're supposed to find a foundational understanding of what's after our flesh cube. I'd like to conclude this with a wise quote to encompass all of this. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Someone will say, what is lost can never be saved. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. My dad always had this thing where he wouldn't enter a room without knocking, even if the door was wide open. He said it was about respect. Every room has a presence, he'd say. Always knock. He passed away in the fall. I moved into his house a few months later to sort things out. It was hard, too quiet, too full of his things. One night I was brushing my teeth, bathroom door wide open, and I heard it. 2 knocks, soft but distinct, on the frame. I stood still, toothbrush in hand, and I said, come in, out of habit. No one. Over the next few weeks, I heard it again and again. Always 2 knocks, always when I was in the bathroom. Never any footsteps, never any movement, just a knock. Eventually, I started saying, hey, Dad, when I heard it. And shortly after that, I stopped hearing the knocks. This happened when I was about 10. I haven't told many people about it, not because I'm scared, but because it sounds insane. Even now at 32, I still question what I saw. My bedroom had this small, creaky door that led into a closet, but the closet had another door inside of it that connected to a narrow crawl space. Just enough room for old pipes and ductwork. My parents never opened it, and I wasn't allowed to either. One night I woke up to the sound of something tapping. Not loud, more like the soft click of fingernails on wood. I sat up, groggy, and I stared right at the closet. And then I saw something. A hand. It came out from behind the half-closed closet door. Pale, bony, fingers stretched wide. It gripped the edge of the door frame, slow and deliberate, and then tapped twice on the wood with its index finger. I should have screamed, but I didn't. I just stared at this hand slowly pull itself back into the dark. I must have passed out from fear eventually, because the next thing I remember, my mom was shaking me awake. Morning sunlight pouring through the window. The closet door was wide open, but nothing was inside. They told me I had a nightmare. They told me I was imagining things. But here's the part I don't say out loud. There were 2 long scratch marks on the inside of the door. Fresh ones. Like something had clawed its way in or out. I was born and raised in New Mexico, and I've always liked taking solo camping trips out in the desert, mostly in the spring or fall when the weather's more forgiving. There's something about the silence out there that's different than anywhere else. It's not just peaceful, it's just total. Last October, I drove out to the edge of a BLM area, not too far from Socorro. I'd found it a couple of years ago while scouting for night photography spots. It's remote, hard to get to, but not impossible with the right tires and a full tank. There's no cell reception, but I had a satellite beacon and plenty of supplies. I set up camp near a canyon wall, close enough to get some shade in the afternoon. Nothing fancy, just my tent, gear, small fire ring. I spent the evening reading, making notes for a short story I was working on. When the sun started to go down, I cooked, drank some water, and settled in. Everything was quiet, stars were out, no wind, no animals. And that's the last thing I remember. I woke up the next morning in the dirt, about 30 feet from my camp. My tent was gone. So was my backpack, my sleeping bag, my journal, my flashlight, even my boots. It was like someone had ransacked the place, and me. There was no trace of the camp at all. The only thing still there was my truck, parked exactly where I'd left it, and the fire ring, cold and untouched. My socks were full of sand and blood from apparently walking barefoot on the rocks. My watch was missing, but when I checked the time on the dash, it was at least the next day. I don't know what happened. There were no tracks around, no sign of animals or people. I searched the area until noon, but it was like the desert had swallowed everything. The gear never turned up. I never found the tent stakes, wrappers, nothing. What really got me, though, is what I found inside the truck. My keys had been tossed on the passenger seat. Next to them was my journal, open to a page that I didn't write. Just a single line, scrawled in handwriting that didn't look like mine. Don't come back. I haven't. This toy had been in storage for years. A small stuffed elephant with a wind-up music box in its belly. When you twisted the knob, it would play this slow, tinkling lullaby. Something generic but sweet. My son used to fall asleep to it every night when he was little. He's 15 now, sleeps like the dead with earbuds in and his door locked. The elephant hadn't seen daylight since we boxed up the nursery. A few weeks ago, I was digging through old bins in the garage, trying to clear space. I found the elephant tucked in some baby blankets. It looked clean enough, faded but intact. I brought it inside, more out of nostalgia than anything. I left it on the shelf in the hallway, right outside my bedroom. That night, close to midnight, I was brushing my teeth when I heard the song. It was that soft, winding lullaby drifting down the hallway. I sort of froze where I was. It wasn't muffled, nothing coming from a screen or a neighbor's house. It was clear and close. I stepped out of the bathroom. I saw the elephant on the shelf, moving. The music box itself, winding itself, slow and steady, as the elephant rocked gently with the motion. I stood there for a good minute, just listening, and then it stopped. No one else was awake. No one else could have touched it. That night was rough. The next morning, I moved it to a box in the closet. I haven't heard it since, but every so often, I check to make sure it's still in there. Just in case, I guess. I was visiting a plantation in deep Louisiana that was said to have one particular ghost, person that lived in the house. They explained the evidence to us on the tour, mysterious hand marks on mirrors, furniture that moves in plain sight, etc. The tour guide pointed out this opened secret door that this person used to use to go upstairs to their bedroom. They invited us to look at the staircase inside. While I'm looking around, the tour group leaves the building without me noticing. As I'm trying to find my way out of the house, I hear this slow creaking. I turn around and see the secret bedroom door slowly closing itself. No one else in the house, no breeze, no windows nearby, no machinery, just slow closing. I ran to find the tour guide. She told me that doors open and close by themselves, even the really heavy sliding doors, all the time. The upper half of our restaurant is an absolute pain in the ass for seeing people out of the corner of your eye. Every time I'm up there, there'll be somebody walking past just the edge of your vision, or the oppressive sensation of someone standing directly in front of you. while you're cleaning a table and suddenly vanishing when you look. As far as I'm aware, they've never done anything more than lurk. No one's ever heard voices or felt a physical touch, so we mostly just accept it as an irritation and get on with it. Multiple people have said that there's a brunette woman in a yellow dress and a man in tweed, the one who stands and waits awkwardly, as if he's waiting to be served. People say there's a little girl who runs around in the cellar. That's bullshit. I think it's made up to scare newbies. But the rest, it's true, at least according to some people. I have quite a few experiences I can't explain, but this one happened just yesterday. I was looking out at the mountains. I live on another mountain, so it's a great view. I was looking from my window when I saw some people walking down the side of one. Very clearly humanoid figures. I watched them for a little while before going to paint, and I suddenly realized that for me to have seen them that clearly from so far away would mean that they needed to be huge. I rushed back over, but I didn't see them again. That's not the first time something similar has happened since I moved here either. As crazy as it sounds, I'm starting to think that there's giants in these mountains. Update. I swear I saw one again today. Only one this time. Looked like it was wearing some kind of backpack or bag. My mom was there. She said she saw something, but couldn't tell what it was. A few years ago, we were looking to buy a new house. I found the home of my dreams, 1890s Victorian, wraparound porch, original stained glass and parquet flooring. One of the upstairs bedroom had a huge Monopoly board painted onto the hardwood floors, probably from like 70 years ago at least. It was in our price range, in a great school district for my daughter. So we visit the house and it's heavy, like an oppressive feeling. We were walking around and I was falling deeper and deeper in love. I noticed some unusual art, occult type stuff. But I'm a little bit of a weirdo, so I was game. Figured I could sage the place if there was anything there. And then we got to the demon room. For real, the whole room was full of devil art, bad taxidermy, creepy antique dolls, and terrible vibes. Cow skull with a Ouija alphabet printed on it, mummified animals. I picked up a teddy bear and it had a bloody hole, full of teeth, where its face should be. I don't know what kind of teeth. This whole time, the realtor was just standing outside the room, sweating and looking mortified. I'm giggling a bit because, once again, I'm a weirdo, and I asked if she knew this was all going to be here. She was as surprised as we were, and she couldn't wait to leave. We walked around a little more. I was completely smitten, and we left. Husband and I talked about putting in a bid. The next day, I was sick. Horrible upper respiratory infection, fever, total laryngitis, just awful. I figured it was a coincidence. We'd been talking more about the house and decided to bring my parents to see it for themselves and get their input. This time we went with a friend who had recently gotten a real estate license. We visited, and I went into the basement with my dad. He's an electrical engineer and knows a lot about old houses. I couldn't stay down there. He couldn't stay down there. We kept talking about how dark the house felt. But we all agreed it was gorgeous, and it looked to be in really good condition. It was a good candidate. This time I went home and was hit even harder. The next day I woke up with what was later diagnosed as strep throat and pink eye. I took that as my cue, and I didn't go back. The house eventually went off the market. This house should have been snatched up so fast, but the sign was up for at least 8 months. I've always been so morbidly curious. Who ended up with that place? And what's their life like now? I was 20 when this happened, but even now, over 10 years later, I won't let a Ouija board in my house. I won't even touch the box. My friend Lauren had one that she'd gotten from her cousin's attic. It looked old. Like, not mass-produced Parker Brothers old, but weirdly handmade. The board was thick wood, almost black. The letters looked like they'd been burned into it. I remember the planchette was carved, what looked like out of bone. She swore up and down it was fake, but I don't think it was meant to be a toy. Anyway, we were staying in her grandma's cabin for the weekend, way out near the Blue Ridge. Middle of nowhere, no signal, no neighbors, just old woods, wind, quiet. It started like any dumb sleepover type thing. We even lit candles, had dumb questions prepared. But then Lauren asked if anyone was with us, and the planchette moved. I swear to God, it moved. Not fast, not dramatic, but just enough to make it feel like someone was answering. It spelled Rose. None of us knew a Rose. We asked if she had a message, and it spelled leave. Then again, leave. Lauren thought it was funny, like the ghost was a dramatic movie villain or something, but something about it didn't sit right with me. It felt serious, and unless Lauren was doing this herself, I felt like whoever or whatever was talking wasn't messing around. I said goodbye and took my hands off. The planchette didn't move after that. Lauren and the others messed around for another 10 minutes, but eventually got bored. We went to bed around 2. That night, I woke up because I thought I heard someone walking around on the porch. Slow, heavy steps. Thought maybe Lauren was outside for a smoke, but when I checked, her bed was full. I tried to ignore it, thought maybe it was a raccoon or one of the other girls. I'm a city kid. I don't know what kind of wildlife makes what sounds. Though deep down, I don't think it was an animal. And then something scratched the wall behind my head. I froze. It wasn't a random thump or animal sound. It was scratching, slow, deliberate, and it was high up, like whatever it was very tall. I turned on my flashlight, but I didn't see anything. In the morning, because somehow I managed to fall asleep, I noticed the glass on the back of the door had a weird, greasy handprint on it, too big to be one of ours. It looked smudged, like someone had pressed their face against the glass, too. We packed up early, and we left that day. None of us talked about it on the ride back. A week later, Lauren messaged me. She said she couldn't find the board. Thought maybe one of us had taken it. None of us had taken it. We never saw it again. I still don't know what we talked to that night. But I think about what it said, leave. And I think maybe it wasn't trying to scare us. Maybe it was trying to protect us. And maybe whatever it was trying to keep out got in anyway. This isn't my story, but a business friend once told me that he went to Washington for a meeting with some government officials one year. After his meeting, he was walking through this park towards his hotel, and there were a bunch of children on a school trip running around everywhere. As he was walking, he noticed this lady in a long blue overcoat. She was walking towards him on the same path. As she gets closer, she asks him for directions to a place, and he pulls out his map to show her. Eventually, she starts asking what he's here for, and about his family, etc. Eventually, she says, "Steve, do you have anything to be thankful for?" He found this to be an odd question, but he replied. She then asked if he was worried about anything. He responded, "Yeah, I just want my daughter to have a healthy child, because she's pregnant right now." The lady then says that she would like to bless Steve. He thinks this is weird, but doesn't want to be rude, and he accepts it. She places a hand on his shoulder and does a blessing. They say their goodbye and start walking away. Steve then turns around after about 3 or 4 steps. He looks back and the lady's gone. He can't see her anywhere in this massive open park. He also realizes where there were kids and people running around him before, there's like a 200-foot radius around him with no one in it. He's convinced that he was touched by an angel or transported somewhere temporarily. He's not really religious either. Just a crazy experience. I was at my friend's parents' house for their annual party. This party has happened every year for 20-ish years and sees many friends and families come and go. Their house is relatively old, built in the 1910s or 20s, and they have stories about resident ghosts, but they're always considered friendly. Before the party was really underway, I was outside with my friend's boyfriend, and this was his first time at the party. I was maybe 10, 15 feet in front of him, drawing on the sidewalk. We were facing each other, but not talking or anything. There was no one outside except for a small group of people loudly talking, maybe a block away. I very clearly heard a loud whisper, "Hi," in my left ear. It was a loud whisper, like when loud people try to whisper and it comes out breathy but still loud. I felt that warm breath, and my hair even moved by my ear. I turned to look at who was behind me, and there was no one. As I'm very confused, looking to see who whispered, my friend's boyfriend shoots up and starts power walking towards me, and he asks, "Did you hear that?" He also heard the whisper. It was also right in his ear, except for him, it was his right ear, which means the whisper came from the same direction as I experienced it, since we were facing each other. He thought that it was my friend messing with him, but there was no one outside with us. We both looked around to see if someone had hid, but there was no way. We've decided that it was maybe a ghost of the house or maybe one of the ghosts of a friend who used to attend the party. We've had a few pass on who used to be fixtures at the event. Either way, they were just saying hi. The night after my mom's funeral, the porch light wouldn't turn off. I flipped the switch inside the house, nothing. Tried unscrewing the bulb. It stayed lit and then just kind of popped. I even checked the breaker in the garage, thinking maybe it had shorted and fused somehow. Everything looked normal. I left a bulb in it. It stayed on all night. Every night after that, too, same thing. The porch light just glowing. Stopped trying to fix it after a few days. It became a weird sort of comfort, honestly. My mom used to say, "Leave the light on so you can find your way home." A few weeks had passed. On a rainy Tuesday, I came home, late, tired. As I was locking the door, I said out loud, "You can rest now, Mom. I'm okay." The next morning, the bulb had burnt out. The switch worked fine, the breaker untouched. No power issue. I replaced the bulb, flipped the switch, and nothing. The porch light hasn't worked since. This happened to me a few years ago, and I still think about it more often than I probably should. A normal day, nothing special. I'd just gotten off of work and was heading to the bus stop. Same route I always took. Down Main, past the diner, up to the corner across from the Walgreens. I remember being a little out of it. Not tired exactly, but zoned out. One of those days where your body just moves through routine while your brain floats somewhere else. And I'm standing on the corner, waiting for the light. There's no one else around, just a few cars passing here and there. I had headphones on, but really wasn't listening to anything. The walk signal flickered on, and I stepped forward without looking. The next thing I remember is this arm, strong and sudden, grabbing the back of my jacket and yanking me back onto the sidewalk. And then, whoosh, this car flies through the red light, easily doing 50, maybe more. No brakes, no honking, just a blur of steel. It would have hit me, no question. I was already in the street. Half a step more, I'd be gone. I stumbled back and my heart was pounding from all the adrenaline. I spun around to thank whoever had pulled me, and there was no one there. Not in front of the shops, not down the sidewalk, no footsteps, no sound, nothing. I even said out loud like an idiot, "Hello?" Nothing, obviously. I stood there for a good 5 minutes, completely frozen, not because of the car, not even because of how close it was, but because I knew that I hadn't just been alone. Not before it happened, and maybe not now. I felt watched, not in a creepy way, in a present way, like someone had shown up just long enough to stop me from stepping into that intersection, and then left before I could see them. I've tried explaining it to friends, and they usually joke about guardian angels or say, "Wow, lucky break," but it didn't feel like luck. It felt intentional, like someone had been following me just for that moment, and once their job was done, they just didn't need to stick around. I don't know who or what saved me. I don't think I ever will, but I'm glad it did. I met a serial killer back in 1981, but I didn't know who he was back then, obviously. One night I went to a neighborhood bar with my friends. I had never been to this bar before, and I haven't been there since. I met a guy that night named Joe. He had a nice smile, good conversation, so I gave him my phone number. He told me that his cousin had said to him that I was the kind of girl he should be looking for. We made a date for the following Saturday. He never did tell me who his cousin was, probably because it was a lie. When he came over to my apartment the following Saturday, it was like he was a completely different person. He came in dressed weird. I swear, he was wearing 2 pairs of pants or something. It was strange. His clothes were dirty. What's worse is that he smelled horrible. He was sweating profusely, smelled like rotting meat. What the hell did I get myself into? I kept thinking. He and I went to a fast food place for lunch. That was literally our date. He had nothing else planned and apparently expected me to pay for my food. Oh well, I could manage $6.50 at the time. Once we finished eating, he had no other plans, but he asked if he could shower at my house. I told him, unfortunately, that wouldn't work because my shower wasn't working, which was a lie. I explained that I'd showered at my gym until it was going to get fixed. Without a word, he got up and left. Luckily, I drove myself, like we'd each taken our own cars, so I just went straight home. My sofa was practically ruined. His sweat had literally stained it, and the stank he left behind was unimaginable. I took off the cushion covers to wash out the smell, and I shampooed the rest of the upholstery. Eventually, the stank was gone, but it took the weekend. By the end of that same weekend, Joe left a nasty message on my answering machine, calling me a bitch, and I, thankfully, never heard from him again. At least I don't think I did. He never left another message. How about that? Well, fast forward about 15 years. It's the early 90s, and a serial killer is caught while working at a nearby pallet company. The man had hidden the bodies of several people on the premises and claimed to have killed more. He bragged about cannibalism, claiming that he had served human flesh at a roadside barbecue stand for a while. His victims were usually prostitutes and vagrants, who were easy marks in his opinion. I did not make the connection immediately as I was reading, but I hadn't seen the man's photo. Though, while reading, I noticed some things that struck a chord in my memory. The man used to frequent the bar that I referred to in the beginning of my story. Then, the photo. Even 15 plus years later, I'd never forget that face. He went away for his crimes for years, and it makes me sick even to this day. Thankfully, he was locked away forever. HUMBOLDTHONEY died in prison on August 5th, 2017. On my 14th birthday, I got an electric mountain bike as a gift from my uncle. Its intended purpose was to be my means of transportation for school, so I didn't have to take the stinky bus anymore. That was its intended purpose. What I really used it for was taking it up the hills with the older boys that rode actual motorbikes. My electric bike wasn't nearly as powerful as theirs and couldn't get enough speed to do tricks, so I basically used it as a chair while watching the other kids drive around the woods. One day, I got a healthy helping of peer pressure that leads me to the peak of a hill, trying to line my tires with a thin walking trail in between two tree trunks wider than my wingspan. At the top of the hill, there's a small, flat patch that I'm supposed to do a circle in to already have momentum when I hit the hill. Well, that plan didn't happen, though. I hit the throttle too fast on my turn, and I launched myself off the back of the mountain like a fucking cartoon character. The backside of the hill isn't like the front trail I was aiming for. The back is just a long drop into trees. And down those trees to the forest floor, several feet down from the trail. By the way, I'm not a guy, I'm not a bro, and the only reason I was up there was because I had a crush on one of the motorbike boys. I thought if I dressed cute and hung out there long enough, he would think that I'm way cooler than these dumb bikes. So, zoom, here I go off a fucking cliff. Before a tree branch bonked my lights out, I remember my last thoughts were, I'm gonna die now. What a lame way to go. At least they didn't see me fall. Teenagers. When I regained consciousness, I was high up in a tree and pretty fucking banged up. I knew I'd broken more than a few ribs. My arms and legs were cut up all to hell, but they still worked. The helmet I'd worn without a chin strap was gone, and the bugs, they were crawling in my hair. It's also now starting to get dark in the forest. I don't know how long I was out, but I do know the sun was nowhere near the horizon when I started. The forest was alive with woodland noise, but no human noises, no motorbikes or voices, no one calling my name trying to find me. In any other circumstances, the atmosphere would have been a yoga dream. Distant birds chirping, insects flying around, some tangled in my hair so I could hear their wings flap in HD. I wish I could have enjoyed it more. But the blinding pain in my ribs and horrible fear of falling to my death any second, I guess I should say fear of finishing my fall, kept my mind a little occupied from enjoying the view. From my perspective, the view I saw was nauseating. Panic and disgust were induced from knowing that I would have to somehow scale my ass down this tree. I've never climbed a tree up to this point. I didn't climb this one. I had no clue how to get down or what I was going to do. Where's my phone? Gone. Where's my DC slip-on shoes? Gone. They slipped off. It was brutal, crawling down one branch at a time. I'd slowly move my weight from branch to branch, making sure they could support my weight. I didn't know that would have been the easy part of my escape from the tree. Halfway down, the branches just stop. These kind of trees decided not to grow branches past a certain point, so I didn't have many other options but to grip the tree best I could, like a giant fire pole, and try to slide down. That worked for a few feet, I'd get a bunch more big cuts, several splinters, and some sort of friction burn on my cheek and forehead. Then, my crescent hold lost its tightness, and I fell at a diagonal angle backwards the rest of the way down. As I crash-landed on the forest floor with a massive thud, an electric surge of pain jolted through my body like a lightning bolt. The impact aggravated my already fractured ribs, so now gasping for breath was added to my list. The noises in the forest grew louder, reverberating through the towering trees, and then quieting down entirely, then back to a symphonic forest melody, over and over again. I knew something was wrong, aware of the urgency to secure some sort of safety. I battled with my weak and seriously bruised physique, summoning every drop of strength that remained in my slowly emptying tank. Weakly, I hoisted myself up, relying on the sturdy support of another nearby tree. Everything hurt, but at least my legs weren't broken. The darkness of the night had now engulfed the forest entirely. Each rustle of leaves or distant hoot of an owl, everything was scaring me suddenly, especially the thought that I might die out here. I had no idea where I was exactly, or what was going on with my head, my body. I persevered through that pain, but I realized I was only getting myself deeper into the labyrinth of the woods. The forest seemed to enclose around me, while the wind was relentless. Just as I started to lose some hope, a voice inside me told me I couldn't stop. It wasn't a real voice, just a strong feeling. But then, just a short time later, I could hear a voice in the distance. Finally, someone was saying my name. As I stumbled through the undergrowth, it almost felt like I was drunk. My steps were uneven, my breathing labored, but if I could just make it to the voice, I knew I'd be okay. I saw a flicker of light. It caught my attention due to the total darkness surrounding me. I pursued this little faint glow, hoping it was leading me out of the woods and not further into it. Then, I heard the voice again. It was only the second time I realized I didn't recognize the voice. It certainly didn't belong to any of the boys that I'd come with. It was a woman's voice. The unsettling noises of the forest gradually fade into the background, and I fixate on the beacon of light and the voice calling my name. Then, suddenly, everything went dark. I could feel myself falling, and then I could feel someone catch me. This time when I woke up, I was in a petite clearing. There was light again, but this was different than the guiding light that was just in front of me before I ended up in the clearing. This light was coming from the moon, which to my surprise, I could see now. The moon's glow was somehow illuminating a path I actually recognized, one that led to a popular road. I was in heaping pain, but still, relief washed over me, knowing that any form of civilization was finally within reach. Fueled by determination and a little bit of spite for being left here to begin with, I pressed on. Finally, I reached the road, and a car materialized in the distance, its headlights cutting through the darkness. Suddenly, my distrust for strangers disintegrated, and I was frantically waving my arms. Thankfully, I captured the attention of the driver, who after pulling over immediately rushed to my aid. Finally safe, I slumped into the arms of a total stranger, overwhelmed with gratitude for their kindness and the opportunity to escape that forest. It felt like the forest had tested me that day, physically, mentally, yet I also totally believe that it helped me. I don't know how I got to that clearing, who caught me, but also whose voice was guiding me. Some things just can't be explained, I guess. As for the motocross boys and my crush, well, it turns out it wasn't as malicious as I thought. They all waited for me to come down the hill and into view. I just never did. They went back up the hill to look for me, eventually. But since I'd literally fallen off the trail and was completely out of view, they all assumed I had chickened out and went home to save myself the embarrassment. None of them knew I was missing or injured. So, without that voice, I don't know where I'd be right now. But I bet it's a lot worse off. I joke nowadays that Mother Nature herself saved me. I guess I'm only half joking, though. Reality is, I'll never know. But I'm forever grateful. The kids of the 90s were a special bunch. We were right at the cusp of when everything became banned and rules and schools changed. I'm not in any way saying that this is a bad thing. I remember my kindergarten teacher smoking on field trips. I also had the opportunity to grow up in a very small town. The kind of town that just felt smaller after leaving. A true stereotypical town where every teacher gives the athletes a bunch of extra credit work, the same extra credit work, so that they can keep turning it in over and over to legitimize their passing grade in the class. I was kind of a bully, sad to say, and I know I hurt a lot of feelings. I did say stereotypical, right? Well, since high school, I've grown from my bully ways, and I understand why I was the way I was. I'm a spiritually better person since moving away from my small town, but some of the shit that we used to get away with was wild. Though this story isn't exactly something we got away with, at least not me. This incident actually got a lot of people in trouble. Should have been way more trouble than what actually occurred, but I digress. Here we go. Some crazy shit I saw in high school back in the 90s. Our school had 2 floors. Floor 1 had a gym, commons, library. It also held the 9th and 10th grade classrooms. Upstairs held the 11th and 12th grade classrooms. These floors are connected by a handicap elevator that one exceptionally unhealthy teacher used, along with a tall set of wide concrete steps. It's technically 2 flights of steps to get to the 2nd floor. It's a tall climb that I would make multiple times every day. The 2nd floor is basically a long hallway, with classrooms and lockers on either side. At the end of the hallway is a glass exit door, and the other end is a large open space that overlooks the 1st floor commons area. Homecoming night. I'm part of the homecoming royalty. The night of our home game, we're supposed to walk out on the field during halftime, where they reveal the king and the queen. They're crowned, then we have to run off the muddy field in our nice suits and dresses, while the visiting team begins to run out onto the field and begin to warm up for the 2nd part of the game. I wasn't voted queen, but my best friend Nikki was, and that means our group's party still got the royal treatment on dance night. 6 coupons for Red Lobster, and a limo to take us from there to the dance. Trust me, for the time, this was epic. Our inflated sense of selves arrived at the dance, thinking we were movie stars or something, hopping out of the only stretch limousine the town had ever seen. The dance was at our school gym, so looking back, it makes me laugh how epic we thought all of this was. Well, that's the innocent stuff. Most of the night we were able to hang out behind the scenes in the commons area. It wouldn't be until later that we'd be walked on stage and do some grand gesture. Another thing we inflated into oblivion. Egos were at full capacity that night. But before all of that, before the grand royal entrance, all of us were hanging out unsupervised in our designated back area. Some of the boys were throwing a football up and down the 2nd floor balcony. Every so often we'd peek out at the crowd and laugh at all of the other kids having a good time. You know, because mean. In reality, they were actually doing what they wanted to, whereas I got to see 2 meatheads throw a football at each other. When I heard Spice Girls come on, Nikki and I joked, pretending to know and lip-sync all of the lyrics and dance moves from the music video. Then in runs a freshman that's also on the football team, but not on homecoming court. He was sent to tell us all that we need to be ready on floor 1 in 10 minutes. He announces to the group, and the homecoming king, a slightly not sober one, I might add, looks over the banister and tells the kid to come upstairs. The kid does so, running up the tall flights of stairs to reach His Majesty. When he gets to the top, he walks over to where Nate's standing. Then Nate points a finger in the kid's direction, and he says, "Freshmen, do a dance for our enjoyment." He starts moving around along with the beat of the music through the wall. After a minute, Nate tells him to stop and face the people below. The freshman turns and looks down to us lounging in the first floor commons. We all jokingly boo the kid. Then Nate comes up behind the kid and grabs him off of his feet, holding him like a baby, and then lifting him over the railing of the balcony. Below, we all think it's the funniest thing ever. None of our combined teen brains could predict whatever could possibly happen. Then, my stomach dropped when the kid's awkward laughing changed to screams for Nate to stop and begging him to be set back down. As Nate holds the struggling freshman over the railing, he calls out to the crowd, asks if the kid's dance moves appeased us. There's a mixture of laughter and thumbs down being thrown in their direction. He tells the freshman, "Well, you heard him." Then he acts like he's going to toss the kid off. This joking jiggle makes the kid squirm so fierce he actually managed to push himself from Nate's arms while he was still suspended in the air. Nate drops the freshman, and all of us watch in shock as he drops. His legs hit the trophy case, and he spun like a helicopter landing on the ground with a loud smack bounce. The freshman's arm stiffened out in front of him, then he went limp on the ground. By now, I was in a full-blown panic. Everything happened so fast, I couldn't believe we'd just seen that. My first thought was to grab an adult, but as I see Nikki already en route, I decided to see if the kid was okay. Nate stays upstairs, looking down at what he'd just done. He keeps saying, "I didn't mean to drop him. It was an accident," over and over again. The kid was conscious, but I told him not to move. I wasn't sure if that was the right thing to do, but it's the only thing I'd ever seen any medical professional tell someone to do after a fall. Minutes after the kid's fall, teachers and chaperones are swarming the area, telling all of the kids to leave. There's an ambulance parked outside the gymnasium, and medics are running through the dance, bringing the rest of the evening's festivities to a halt. Literally, the least cool thing anyone could do, and we did it. We have to tell the medics and the principal what happened, and that night, police arrest Nate. He's out by the next day, and that Saturday morning, police were now at my door, taking me in for questioning. If the kid died, they had a murder case on their hands, and they were looking to wrap it up quickly. Homecoming King Nate told the police that I coerced him into putting the freshman in that predicament, giving the thumbs down and telling Nate, and I quote, "Drop him backwards." This obviously wasn't true. The other kids they interviewed also had stories in line with mine. But Nate was our big football star. He had a game the next week and scholarships to any college he wanted. The staff couldn't very well let him go out like this. When a few of the faculty that were chaperoning the dance were interviewed, it was mentioned that I was a troublemaker and a bully. Nate had been manipulated into fulfilling my orders to drop the child for my sadistic enjoyment. It was absolutely fucked what they pulled on me. Nate was able to walk away from this with his reputation squeaky clean. The kid survived, and it was all ruled an accident in the final report. But I was thrown to the wolves so that freshman's parents wouldn't go after the school any further. They wanted blood for their child, and I was chosen for the chopping block. I wasn't allowed to attend my graduation, and with bullying and hazing on my records, the few colleges I had wanted to attend I'll turn down my letters of interest I'd written in hopes they'd overlook those red-inked words. One college, last on my list, and probably last on a bunch of lists. They let me in, but the sororities saw me as a risky pledge, and I had to live in a dorm the year and a half I attended. Here I am in my 40s, and still a bit bitter about Nate, but I do have a bit of knowledge that allowed me to accept the balance of the world and move on. Plus, I got myself a whole new group of friends, a whole new outlook on life after this whole thing happened. I was determined to be nothing like I was, and to make sure the company I keep reflects my own values, and so on. That's what growing up is about. It's just that hopefully you learn it without seriously injuring another human. Also, I'm not proud this makes me smile because I'm not a sociopath, but Nate's sophomore year of college, he blew out his knee in the first game of the season. Did it change my situation? Not in any way. Did it change Nate's? Yeah. And somehow, some way, my injustice was righted. Hakuna Matata, but only after revenge. This happened when I was about 8 or 9. My mom was dating this guy at the time, kind of a jerk, but nothing out of the ordinary. One night he told me to go downstairs and grab him a glass of water. I didn't argue, I just got up and went. I got to the kitchen, still half asleep, and that's when I saw something. A black figure, standing at the sink. Not moving, not reacting, just standing there. I froze. My brain couldn't quite process what I was seeing. Was it a shadow? Trick of the light? But no, there was something there. I could make out the shape of a person. Then, panic kicked in. I turned and bolted back upstairs. My heart was pounding. I burst into my mom's room and I tried to explain, but her boyfriend just rolled his eyes, told me I was imagining things. Go back to bed, he said, like I hadn't just seen something or someone in our kitchen. I didn't sleep much that night. For years, I told myself that it had to have been a shadow, my tired eyes playing tricks on me, some weird childhood fear that got blown out of proportion. But now, looking back as an adult, I'm about 99% sure that it wasn't a shadow. Some dude was just standing in my kitchen in the middle of the night, casually using our sink. I don't know what's scarier, the idea that I saw something paranormal, or the fact that in the rough neighborhood we lived in, it was probably just some guy. So, straight up, I made this throwaway account for this because I'm ashamed of my actions. But I'm in over my head, and I really need some help. Just know that karma has thoroughly put me in my place, and my mistake will never be repeated. I live in a small, poor neighborhood, and for 7 years, I've been at war with the old woman next door, Helga. If I have family or friends over, and someone's parked on the curb, she'll call the police. If my dog barked, she'd call the police. That's why I never got another one after Buddy passed. If I play music, she'll call the police. Obviously, nothing came of it, but it was still a pain to deal with. If I put out yard decorations, she'll find a reason to complain. If they aren't somehow offensive, they violate the HOA policy. Fun fact, we don't have an HOA. We're all poor. Everything looks like shit. Hell, there's tinfoil all over her windows. I mean, come on. But she's like that towards everyone. I only get the worst of it because her house is on the corner, and I'm unfortunate enough to be directly next to her. She lived in that house alone for at least 15 or 20 years, according to the other neighbors, and no one has ever seen her have company. Since I moved in, I've only seen her leave 2 or 3 times, but she gets a lot of deliveries, so I figured that she's just ordered everything off Amazon. Because of the tinfoil and her tendency to only come outside at night, we didn't catch many glimpses of her. But when we did, She always seemed kind of dirty and unkempt. A couple years ago, when I still had Buddy, I was walking around the block as Helga collected her boxes, and there was a row of scary tribal masks hanging on the wall behind her. I only saw them for a quick second before she hurried back inside, but I'll never forget the one in the center. The face was long and had a pointed chin, large rectangular teeth. Its eyes were closed in angry slants, and red war paint adorned its head and cheeks. My description truly doesn't do it justice. Its menacing expression made it seem alive. The guy who lives across from her, Joe, was coming home late one night, like 3 a.m, not expecting anyone to be out. But Helga was standing in the middle of the street, with her arms raised to the sky, wearing a black hooded robe. When the headlights hit her, she started screaming in what sounded like Latin, and Joe thinks that she put a curse on him because he had a wreck just 3 days later. It totaled his truck. He got banged up a little, but could have been much worse. Everyone got really wary of Helga after that, but life moved on without much else happening until 2 weeks ago, when she actually left her house. On the few occasions this has happened, she left after dark and returned before dawn, but on this day, she left at lunchtime. I expected to see her car back the following morning, but it was still gone. She didn't return the next day either, or the next. Meanwhile, her boxes are piling up at the door, and in our neighborhood, they would have been immediately stolen at anyone else's house, but not Helga's. At least not until I couldn't stand the curiosity anymore. This is the part where I'm arguably a huge dick. The logical side of me felt like the boxes probably contained basic household items, toilet paper, trash bags, laundry detergent. But the kid in me couldn't stop thinking about that freaky mask, wondering what else she might collect. I mean, I was gonna put it back. But yeah, I stole a box. One of the big ones, in fact. And I'm still paying for it. I ripped into it like a kid at Christmas, but inside was a large wooden cigar box with a little clasp, a cheap lock. The key was taped to the bottom with a card that read, "Do not open," in bold print. Obviously, I had to open it, but I wasn't immediately certain of what I was looking at. A small glass vial had a lock of hair tied to it with string, and there was a pile of what I believed to be dried out herbs, petals, and something that looked like ashes. Disappointed, I put it all back and threw it in a drawer, for the time being. That night, I was getting ready for bed and I heard a loud crash in the hallway. When I went to check, glass was all over the floor from a broken picture frame. The frame hadn't fallen. The glass had just shattered. I couldn't find anything that might have hit it. I live alone. I don't have any pets. The best I could guess was some kind of hot to cold, or is it cold to hot, reaction, even though I experienced absolutely no temperature changes myself. The next night, I had awful nightmares, where I heard someone fumbling around in the living room, and I went to check it out. As I reached the end of the hallway, a shadowy stick figure stood with its head barely an inch below the ceiling. And upon seeing me, it rushed towards me at a blinding speed. I stumbled backwards as it shot through me, and I bolted straight up in bed, gasping for breath. I was clammy with cold sweat, and there was a sharp pain in my chest. When I opened my shirt, there was a big red rash in the center of my chest. Freaked out, I went to the bathroom, but when I turned on the lights, I saw the same shadowy stick figure behind me in the mirror. I turned around, screaming, but nothing was there. Likewise, it was gone from the mirror as well. A day or two later, a picture frame fell off the wall, but at least that one didn't break. Then that night, I dreamed the figure was on my ceiling, looking down at me. It turned into black smoke and funneled down my nose and throat like fire. Again, I woke up in a clammy sweat, and now I had a hacking cough as well. The night before last, I woke up to a banging on my closet door that didn't stop until I got up and opened it. I don't know how much more of this I can take. Was the box cursed? Was it a trap? Was someone trying to curse Helga? But I intervened. No one knows where she is. 3 days ago, I went door to door asking if anyone knew where she might be. But the neighbors were as confused as me. Afterwards, I called the police to report a possible missing person. They're looking into it, but the only update I've received was to say that they couldn't find any relatives or friends. They're pursuing other avenues. I've already put the package back, but I feel like I messed up really bad. I have no clue how to break a curse, and I can't even Google it without knowing what kind it is. Does anyone have any idea what the deal is with that freaky box? Or the shadow thing? I think I purchased a cursed amulet from a homeless lady. We have a large outlet mall where I live, but the main store in the center, it used to be an Old Navy, has been empty for the last 3 years. Sometimes they use it as a weekend flea market, and anyone can sign up for a booth. My wife, Pat, and I have found some great antiques there, so we make it a point to go whenever it's open. This year they did something a little different and opened it for the entire week after Thanksgiving. It was the biggest we've seen yet. The whole building was packed tight with vendors, leaving only a few thin aisles to navigate the stores. As usual, Pat and I split up at the entrance with a plan to meet back at the car. At the end of the first aisle, tucked off into the corner, stood an elderly woman with a wooden tray hanging from her neck. It was like what you'd see the peanut vendors wearing at a baseball game, only this one held a bunch of old jewelry and small trinkets. She had long, stringy white hair, and many of her front teeth were missing. Her black dress was dirty and frayed at the edges, and she had no stockings to keep her legs warm. It was 35 degrees outside and not much warmer inside, but her sandals left most of her bare feet exposed. Her merchandise wasn't particularly appealing, but I wanted to give her some money without insulting her. When I asked about a yellow pendant on a gold chain, she said the amulet was blessed by a priestess and granted the wearer good fortune. I didn't believe her, but I wasn't buying it for the value, so I gave her a 20 and put the necklace in my pocket and wished her a Merry Christmas. The owner of the neighboring record booth had returned, and I spent a few minutes browsing through their collection. Afterwards, I turned back to the old woman for a final farewell, but she was gone. She had only stood a couple of feet away. I didn't think I was so engrossed with the albums that I would have missed her leaving, but apparently I had. Later at home, I showed my wife the necklace and asked her if she had seen the woman. She hadn't, but she liked the amulet, and I helped her put it on. That night, she woke up a little bit before 4. She was crying, on the verge of hyperventilating, sweating, shaking profusely. I turned on the lights and screamed. Behind her, in the corner, I saw a brief glimpse of a shadow figure before it disappeared. Pat didn't see it. She was staring at me in wide-eyed confusion. Now, even more terrified due to my outburst. I wasn't about to tell her the truth while she was already upset. Pretending to be startled by her disheveled appearance may not have been the best cover, but it worked. She instantly began recounting her nightmare, in which she'd woke up to find a tall shadow figure standing over her. It began slowly reaching towards her. She finally forced herself upright and managed to wake up. If I hadn't seen the figure for myself moments before, I would have dismissed it as sleep paralysis. But now, I don't know what to make of it. For the time being, we went back to sleep, and the following morning I told her what I saw. She was glad that I waited to share the information, but we didn't understand why this was suddenly happening. Pat's childhood home was haunted by a friendly spirit, so she's had encounters before. But this was the first time I had ever personally experienced anything. We also agreed that nothing about this presence felt friendly. It had felt cold and angry. We've lived in our house for almost 3 years without any strange incidents. So we took a closer look at our flea market purchases. Pat had also picked up an antique hand mirror, and I found a gentleman's pocket watch manufactured in 1895, along with a few other suspicious items, but deep down, we felt the blame laid solely with the amulet. We Googled a few cleansing rituals that we tried on everything, just to be safe, and nothing happened for several days. We thought it had worked, but then I got up to use the restroom in the middle of the night, and I saw the shadow figure standing behind me in the mirror. That same night, Pat had another sleep paralysis incident, during which the shadow figure placed its hand on her chest, and she felt an uncomfortable pressure for what seemed like several minutes. Then her alarm went off and it was suddenly morning. Since it was the final day of the flea market, we decided to go back in search of the old lady who sold me the amulet. But we couldn't find any sign of her. We spoke to the other vendors, customers, and even the event coordinator, who was extremely difficult to track down, but no one had a clue who we were talking about. When we returned home, we both saw the shadow figure on the far wall before the light came on. Pat didn't want to go to sleep with the amulet in the house again, but taking the trash to the curb wasn't far enough. We tried to drive to a grocery store about 5 minutes away, but got a flat tire halfway there. It was on the back passenger side, and I couldn't find a reason for the blowout, but I didn't spend too long questioning it. More than anything, I just wanted to get the donut on and be done with that damn amulet. I pulled over as far as the road allowed, but we were on the shoulder of a busy highway. Even though I was careful to keep my body tucked away from traffic, that almost wasn't enough. Had Pat not been watching and screamed when she did, a little blue Toyota would have plowed straight into me. I dove out of the way, and the car swerved just in time to avoid a full collision. The asshole took out our driver's side mirror and kept going. I wanted to file a police report, but Pat was so upset I couldn't bear asking her to stay out there even longer. Likewise, I couldn't stand the thought of driving another mile with that amulet, so I threw it into the woods on the side of the road. Then, I finished the tire as quickly as I could, while stopping each time traffic became too heavy, and we drove home without any further issues. So far, everything's been normal ever since. We haven't seen any more shadow figures, and Pat hasn't had any more sleep paralysis incidents. Hopefully, it stays that way. Last winter, I got snowed in at a friend's cabin in the mountains when a freak blizzard hit. I was only supposed to be there for the weekend while I finished the final edits on a novel. That in itself wasn't too big of a deal. I always over-prepared, so I had plenty of food and water. The only thing I lacked were weapons. I shouldn't have needed one. It probably wouldn't have helped anyway, but at least I would have felt some illusion of safety. It wasn't rough living out there at all. The entire cabin was powered by a beast of a generator, and by some miracle, the water pipes never froze. Under normal circumstances, it would have made for a great vacation. But Sunday night, just after sunset, I heard a scream coming from deep in the forest. It sounded like some poor woman was being killed. I called the police, but the roads were completely impassable. They couldn't even send a helicopter over until the following morning, and by then, it would be too late. I couldn't stand the thought of sitting by a cozy heater while someone was dying right outside. Finally, I convinced myself that the woman could make it to me if only she knew I was there. It wasn't too difficult to dig my way out the window. The hard part was staying out there. I yelled as loudly as I could, my mind racing for a way to find this other woman, and I became so lost in thought that I almost didn't hear the reply. A faint, distant voice that sounded strangely familiar to my own came from the darkness, but I only understood the last few words. "Is someone there?" "Yes," I shouted back, instantly full of adrenaline. With only my phone for a light, I dared not to wander in after her and have us both be lost. Instead, I called back for her to follow the sound of my voice. After a few minutes passed with no further communication, I wondered if I'd imagined the whole thing. But then she answered again. "Hello? I'm here." I shouted louder than ever in my excitement, and soon I heard her moving through the brush. I ran a few feet into the tree line, meaning to meet her when she came into sight, but my legs nearly gave out when I saw what was actually coming towards me. I could just make out a cloaked figure. It was a humanoid-shaped patch of darkness, blacker than anything you've ever known. And in the place you would expect to see its eyes were two tiny, glowing red orbs. The greatest fear I've ever felt washed over me, and my flight or fight instinct chose to fly. I flew back into the cabin without turning back, and I had no clue if that thing was chasing me or not. I locked the door and checked every window without turning on a single light, and I waited there in the darkness. 2 hours later, I was finally beginning to relax when a set of heavy footsteps suddenly walked onto the little deck outside. They came up each step slowly, and the sharp thuds pounded in concert with my panicked heart. I knew it had to be that thing. It was impossible for anyone else to be out there. Nothing in the world could have made me open that door when the knocking started. At first, it was almost normal, like a neighbor at your door. But then it became desperate and violent. Eventually, I heard the woman's voice again. She was begging for me to let her in. The longer it continued, the more forceful the creature became. But finally, less than an hour before sunrise, it left. I heard it walk back across the deck, down the steps, and away from the cabin. When it was nice and bright outside, I dug my Explorer out of the snow, packed my bags, and nearly killed myself getting off that mountain. But I made it. By that night, I was safe and sound back in the city, where the only monsters are other humans. As a child in Pennsylvania, I remember fainting at the sight of something large, furry, and black in the edge of the woods while running a trail home from my friend's house. But that could have been a bear. However, then I moved to the Olympic Peninsula last fall, and after Thanksgiving, maybe early December, one morning around 4 a.m., our Labrador was whining, so I got up, put my shoes on, and let him out. He ran out all of 3 steps, stopped, and his tail went between his legs. He turned and jumped into the house, whining again. I could hear the dogs on this one road going crazy outside. There is limited development here, just the beach on the one side, mountains on the other, with one small highway between. I walked out into our driveway, being new and curious, and eager to check out the neighborhood. Trees, trees, and trees. I was listening with my eyes closed, thinking, beagle. Then in the mix, hound. Shepherd. I was hearing all the different dogs. I was feeling like I was using echolocation because it was so dark, I couldn't see more than just our cars in the corner of the house. Then, suddenly, I heard what can only be described as a gorilla bark. One that shook the ground, and it came from the opposite direction, behind me. I've worked with crocodiles and alligators up to 13 feet and nearly a ton. I've worked with king cobras and been bitten by a cobra. I've camped the Serengeti and had lions brush up against me in the night through my tent. I stared down a dozen hippos from about 20 feet at Zima Springs in Kenya. I've been bitten by a Gila monster, drugged down the road by a horse on my head. Insert joke about head injury here. I've been kicked by emus, pecked by herons, mauled by prairie dogs on live TV, squeezed by pythons, bitten by rattlesnakes. But this time, I was scared. The ground continued to shake as this thing moved through the trees, likely heading right for me. Shaking from the movement, there was an audible grunting sound, too. just a short distance away. I knew it was only getting closer to me. I had no idea what this thing would look like. I just knew it was massive. I also know that sound, that bark. It wasn't a person. Way too loud. It was not a bear, a cougar, elk, deer, or raven. Nor was a piece of machinery running in the quarry in the middle of the night. It was something big cutting through the quarry, coming from the beach, heading to the mountains before dawn. I don't know what it was, because I slowly walked back inside and looked out the window into blackness. I have since gotten a little braver and heard more suspicious sounds, but nothing as obvious as that night. I'm pretty positive that we'll find a few small troops of man-ape species from the Ice Age that still inhabit some nooks and crannies of the Northwest. Stay tuned. Before I call bullshit on my coworker, I'm wondering if any of my UK friends could chime in and tell me if this chick is just crazy, or if she's telling the truth. Tara, my coworker, moved to Tampa from York, England last year. On Saturday, we have an office party and she flirtatiously requests for a ride home. We both live in the same town just outside of the metropolitan area. I'm a lesbian. She might be. I don't know. But I decide to see where things go and test my feelers. We're driving and she unbuckles her seatbelt, turning her body, and puts her feet in my lap as I'm driving. She's pretty short, so her maneuver is less life-threatening and more of a positive sign that my intuitions were correct. She's facing me to talk. As she's asking about my childhood and other questions to fill the time, I place my right hand on her left foot, and as my fingers rub across her skin, I feel a small circular scar on the back of her ankle, about the size of a $50, with impressions like a tiny buzzsaw was rolled around her ankle. I ask how she got the scar, and she tells me when she was a little girl in York, she'd ride her bike to get around her small suburban town. One day, a few meters from leaving her house, she came upon a trail that looked to have been recently cut. Instead of riding her bike around this large wooded park that separated her from the town, this trail, she thought, looked like it led right through. The tree park was only about a football field size, but having to ride your bike all the way around always made it seem bigger. Seeing this freshly cut path was an exciting discovery she was eager to explore. The tree canopies above gave the trail shade and provided a nice escape from the summer sun. Riding her bike along the dirt path, she noticed a big, hollowed tree. Inside the large knot of this tree, Tara says she saw 2 fairies fluttering in and out. She said that they were as tall as a can of fizzy drink. For my North American friends, fizzy drink is a soda pop. Well, she stopped her bike and watched these 2 fairies flying back and forth from the tree, returning sticks and nuts to the hollowed knot. Tara says that she stood there for a good 10 minutes, mesmerized by their sparkling wings and little human-like bodies fluttering around. On one of the trips these fairies made, little Tara noticed it struggling with a big, leafy branch. The fairy's wings flapped and flapped, trying to pull this large branch up, eventually collapsing in the grass next to the tree from exhaustion. The branch was giant compared to the fairy, but a twig for Tara's size. Seeing this tired little creature compelled her to get off of her bike and help. She says that she walked over and picked up the branch, and the other fairy appeared from behind the tree, a few inches from her face. Its face wasn't like storybooks portray, though. Absent of beauty was this creature. Its features more resembled a troll, and its clothes were not elegant. Primitive garments, only worn to protect its skin from the natural surroundings. The fairy didn't speak, but Tara knew by its glare and almost telepathic energy that she'd fucked up. She set the branch down and started to walk back towards her bike. The fairy lets her get 3 or 4 steps before its wings start fluttering and it begins to chase Tara. She turns and runs the last couple of feet towards her bike. But as she's jumping on and about to slide her kickstand up, she feels a searing hot pain in the back of her ankle. Looking down, Tara's horrified to see that the Fae has bitten her and is still attached to her leg by its nasty little razor-sharp teeth, each one sinking deeper as she tried to kick it off. Eventually, one desperate swing of her leg launches the fairy off her ankle, giving Tara a chance to pedal away. She rode her bike back home in agony, and the bite became infected. Her mother thought that she'd scraped herself on something, but her grandmother was the only one that believed her story. To add to her outlandish claim, she concludes her story by saying when her and her dad went out to see where it happened, the trail was gone. It was back to a regular tree park that it had always been. What do you think? I don't know if I'm on her mom's side or her grandma's. Is there any validity to her story? Or is this a red flag that I may not want to pursue? The following is a true story that I'm positive happened, but cannot find a conventional explanation for. When I was 4 years old, my family lived in military housing in Winnipeg in the early 70s. I had an older brother, 6 at the time, and a younger brother who would have been 1 year old. Our house was a bungalow with a fairly conventional layout for that time. Living room, kitchen, dining room at one end of a rectangular structure, and bedrooms, bathroom, connected to a hallway at the other end. One day, I was sitting in the hallway where I could see my parents in the kitchen and could also look down the hall towards the doors in the bathrooms. No one was down the hall other than my 1-year-old brother, who I think was sleeping in his room. I was looking down the hall when I saw something impossible. There were 2 bedroom doorways on the left side of the hall. What I saw came out of the door on the left, closest to me. It was about 8 to 10 feet away. As I watched, a skeletal arm slowly emerged into the hallway, horizontally at my eye level, until the elbow was almost showing, but not quite. Then, it slowly retracted in the exact same fashion into the room. I remember that the bones looked very real. I now know that they were the color of real bones, and were clearly not any kind of plastic replica. The arm bones seemed like they were the size of an adult male's. I know for certain that we didn't have anything that resembled those bones at the house. I also knew for certain that my older brother was not in that area of the house. I could see my parents in the kitchen, and it would be unlike them to play such a scary prank on a 4-year-old. And I don't know if I can explain it, but it was clear by the smooth and steady movement of the arm that it wasn't something being held by someone. It looked as if it was attached to its owner. My impression was that the arm's owner was aware of me and deliberately revealing itself to me in a non-threatening manner. Despite my age, I knew that what I had just seen was extraordinary. I noted that it was the middle of the day, and I was sitting up and wide awake. Of that, I was positive. There was simply no explanation. I wasn't terrified, as one would think. It just simply happened and was done. I had zero interest in going down and looking in that room to see what was there, though perhaps the apparition was an invitation to do so. I didn't tell my parents. Don't ask me why, but, they wouldn't have believed me. Nothing like this has happened to me since this event, and there didn't seem to be any other strange occurrences at that house. A couple of years ago, I finally thought to ask my parents about the house in Winnipeg. They said they hadn't noticed anything strange there, but the previous owner had died while in the military overseas. So, there it is. My one and only experience that I can say with 100% certainty, and will go to my grave believing was an authentic paranormal event. So right now, my garage is being rebuilt, and one of the doors is gone because the whole frame needs to be rebuilt, and it's taking longer than expected. There's no door at the moment. No big deal. It's just a garage. The house will survive if a raccoon or something gets in. But I'm not kidding. This happened just like 20 minutes ago. My cat ran outside behind me, and like an hour after that happened, I could hear him and the neighbor's cat fighting. I try to keep my cat inside, but he's fast. He'll run between my legs and right out the door. Okay, so cat got out. Him and the other cat are making some noise. Pretty average night so far. And then they get louder and a bit louder. And then I hear what had to have been a fox, but Jesus, it sounded like a recording of a human. Like, I'm not lying, and I guess I'm pretty sure it was a fox, but you know what? Fox, Cthulhu, either way, I'm not going to go back out tonight. Fuck that. So, why am I posting this? I've had experiences with skinwalkers before. I've got another story out there. I sort of thought that it had lost interest in me because it's been a few years, but after hearing that scream, just, no thanks. I'll stay inside. About 2 years ago, my boyfriend at the time and I decided to go on a hike right before the sunset. Which, yes, sounds dumb, but it's something we'd done multiple times before with no issues. There was something about the eeriness of the woods at night that I liked. Not so much my boyfriend's feelings or thoughts on the situation. To start our hike, we had to go through really tall plants and bushes. We were practically in the middle of nowhere. About a mile into the hike, we came across some abandoned structures, and had sat down to take a breather. I'm not sure exactly what my boyfriend said to make me do this, but as a joke, I whistled and said, "See, nothing whistled back. We're alone." Not even 20 seconds after saying that, we heard a whistle. It was a bit of ways away from us, but still too close for our liking. We immediately started booking it in the opposite direction of the whistle and didn't look back. After running for as long as we could, we realized we were lost. We wandered around for about 10 minutes before we stumbled across some train tracks. The tracks led back into town, about a mile or two down the way. It's important to note that these tracks had thick wood lining on both sides. The right side is where we came from. At this point, we were walking, as we'd run out of energy and felt safe. We were wrong to assume that we were safe. We got to the point where we could see the lights from town, maybe a quarter to a half mile away. Down the tracks a little bit, we could very faintly see the outline of what looked to be a deer coming out of the right side of the woods. It stopped in the middle of the tracks and just stood there. I attempted to shine my flashlight. Note, this flashlight was pretty dim. It was a random one I found in the back of a junk drawer. As soon as I lifted my light up, it fled. Now I say fled because ran wouldn't be an accurate way to describe the way it moved. The best way I can think to describe this thing is it looked like it had 4 broken legs, and its body was very low to the ground, yet it had unbelievable speed. It almost looked like a bent and twisted monster out of a horror movie. I shined my light into the woods to the left of us, as that's where it had ran to, when I saw 2 glowing eyes that looked to be at least 10 feet in the air. My boyfriend said, "What is that?" in a very concerned tone. I told him, "I don't know. Don't look at it. Just run." We ran and ran until eventually we reached town and walked back home. This happened about 2 years ago. And I've tried to come up with the logical explanation after explanation of what I saw that night. And still to this day, I can never find a solid, logical answer, other than it being something paranormal. I refused to believe what I had seen for a long time, but I know what I saw. I know I'm not crazy, as there was another person that witnessed the same thing. My boyfriend never spoke of it again, and he refused to speak about it when I would talk about it. I never went hiking at night after that. Have I ever seen Bigfoot? Not exactly. I came across something in my wanderings that could possibly fit into the Bigfoot lore, though. I didn't exactly see any bipedal primates that day, but what I found along the Still-Quamish River was inexplicable and kinda creepy. I went up along Mountain Loop Road in the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest to explore an area new to me that didn't have any trails. I parked on the shoulder of the road and entered the forest. It's worth noting that in my bag I had a topo map, a compass. I knew exactly where I was at all times during this venture. I also let someone back home know what area of the national forest I would be in, as well as the expected time of my return in case anything awry happened. I threaded my way through the pathless coniferous forest towards the river. When I entered the riparian section along the water, I was met with a strange sight. Dozens of alder, maple, and willow trees, smashed, shredded, ripped up by the roots. Others snapped, broken, or knocked over. It literally looked like someone had driven a tank through the forest, creating a swath of destruction about 50 yards long in its wake. Something or someone, way off the beaten path here, had thrown quite the temper tantrum. I'm mystified and more than a little creeped out. Who or what caused this? I checked for tracks or prints in the forest loam. Claw marks on the shredded trees, hair caught on the twigs or undergrowth, scat to be stepped in. Nothing. The damage was fresh. None of the torn vegetation showing the slightest sign of wilt. Sap on the exposed and shredded tree trunks was still wet, and it had yet to drip. The path of destruction varied somewhat in width. It seemed to be about 8 to 12 feet along the length of the mess. It was obvious this was not the result of flooding, fire, or quake. Could a mini tornado have touched down here in these rugged Washington mountains? Never heard of it happening before, but then what was it? No trace of parts or anything mechanical. The terrain wouldn't have permitted any sort of vehicle down that far, off the road anyway. But still I search. I find no tire or tread marks, no paint scrapings on the tree trunks. The mess begins and ends abruptly, and without any further clues to its origin. I'm crawling around, so intent in finding a sign that I forgot one of the cardinal rules of tracking, to look up. There's many stories of trackers so intent on their pursuit that they failed to notice their quarry has circled back and positioned itself to ambush. Situational awareness should always go with attention to detail. I stand up. First, I'm hit with a disgusting smell, one that smells of literal garbage mixed with something I can't identify. Then, I notice the other odd detail. The forest is gone completely silent. And that's my cue to leave. I can't find any clues as to what caused this massive mess so far off the road. I head back to my car, trying to ignore the sensation of being watched, which is increasingly more obvious. About the time I can start to make out the breaks in the trees indicating the road, the forest has resumed its baseline noise, birds and insect activity. I left the woods none the wiser. Hopefully I didn't get too bogged down with the details of this account, but I'm still baffled as to who or what could have caused such destruction. A friend who's a Bigfoot hunter on his weekends was convinced that I found signs of Bigfoot territory, a warning to other bipeds to stay away. I don't know. Draw your own conclusions. I was walking with my friend on a hiking trail. About a few hours into it, we noticed something in the distance. Because it was so far away, we weren't really able to get a good look at it. At first, we thought it was an animal. But then it stood up on its hind legs like a person. My friend and I noticed it was covered in what looked like dark fur. It was either that or some kind of costume. We both thought that maybe somebody was playing a trick on us, but that didn't really make any sense. We were kind of in the middle of nowhere, and there's no way that the person would know that we'd spot him from so far away. My friend and I at that point just thought maybe it was some crazy person, but while we were trying to figure out what we were seeing, whatever it was, all of a sudden started running on all fours on the hiking trail towards our direction. Even though it kind of spooked us, we weren't really too concerned at the time. Whatever that thing was would need to travel a couple of miles along the hiking trail to get to us, and in between us and that thing was a canyon that was too deep and steep to cut through. So my friend and I figured that we'd be done hiking the trail before the animal could even reach us. However, about half of an hour later, as we traveled up the trail, we all of a sudden saw the animal again. But this time, it was on a lower part of the trail that was only about a couple 100 yards away. We couldn't believe our eyes. For it to have reached where it currently was, that meant it either found a shortcut through the forest, or it had traveled several miles in different terrain in the span of 30 minutes. At that moment, we realized that we were in danger. So we wasted no time. We started running for our lives and didn't stop until we arrived at the tourist resort at the end of the trail. From there, we just took a cab back to our car that was parked miles away at a camping ground. To this day, we still don't really know what it was. People said it was the dog man, and I wouldn't have believed it if it wasn't for the fact that I saw it with my own eyes. My husband and I play music together, and in August 2017, we were on tour through Nevada and California. We decided after Reno that we'd drive through Yosemite to our next show in Fresno. We opted to take the arguably less scenic route, traveling down the California-Nevada border. By the time we made it to the 120 for Yosemite, it was dark. But since our van was our home and we didn't have to mess with the tent, we weren't that concerned. We figured we would just stop at the first campsite we saw along the route, park the van, and explore the next day. The further we go, the darker it seems to get. And for being one of the most populated national parks, it seems very dead. It's a little after 1 a.m., and while my husband continues to look for any sign of anything, I lean back and I start to doze off. While we slowly drive through these windy 2-lane forest roads, I feel the car slow to a stop, and the low music that we're listening to gets cut. I'm still leaning back, and I'm about to ask what's going on, but just as I started to speak, Ryan did too. Amanda, look, do you see that? I lean my seat up, and about 50 yards in front of us, partially lit by our headlights, is a figure standing on the side of the road, wearing all white. Shoulders square, head down, but facing the direction we're approaching. Ryan asks if I think it's a ghost, and I'm genuinely considering it a possibility. We haven't seen a town, a person, or even a car for hours. There's just no reason for a person to be out here, especially so close to the road. Ryan slowly releases his foot from the brakes, letting the van crawl forward towards the figure standing on the side of the road. When our headlights cast a full light onto the entity, It's about 25 yards in front of us when Ryan leans pressure back on the brakes. It's a man, barefoot, wearing a white button-up shirt and flowy, taekwondo-esque looking pants. His stoicism is unbroken as we approached. We just stared at him, and he stared back at us. Clean-cut, shaggy brown hair, mid-20s or 30s. He no longer resembled a ghost. The bottom cuffs of his pants were torn and dirty, and I thought that I could see a shadow behind him in the light. His hand wasn't outstretched as if he was hitchhiking, nor did he have any belongings with him. I don't know if he was even looking at us or just through us, like he was standing with his attention fixed, with or without a van shining its beams in his face, like his eyes, they didn't even squint when the light hit. Something felt so off. I remember saying my husband's name out loud in a tone that definitely conveyed concern. I know I wanted to speed up and get past this man. Without a word, Ryan hits the gas, and we zip past him. We both had goosebumps the remainder of that drive, and I was wide awake for the rest of it too. We drove for a while without stopping, but eventually we made ourselves turn into a campground, opting for a spot underneath what seemed to be the only streetlight in the entire place. If you're entering the park from the east, this was just before Tioga Pass, right before the east entrance of Yosemite. We moved into my current house in 2018, and since then, weird things have been happening, especially to me. The summer I moved in, one night around 2 a.m., I was going to my kitchen to get a drink. I was walking down the stairs when I saw a group of people. I can't quite describe their faces because they were vague and it's dark, but they're around my table in the dining room. By the time I realized what I was seeing, they disappeared. In 2019, this time I was alone at home. I didn't have my dog yet, but I had my cat. I heard footsteps upstairs. I was in the living room. It was littler noises, small steps. So to be sure it wasn't my cat, I looked around me. Sure enough, he happened to be next to me on the couch. So, who was walking upstairs? After 30 minutes, I had the courage to go check. With a knife from the kitchen, of course. You never know. And in the end, nothing to explain it. Windows closed. Nothing moved. It was as if there was no one there, but I'm sure that's not the case. In 2020, I now have a dog. The first time I noticed this, it was dark. My sister and I were eating when all of a sudden my dog started barking, staring at the garden, as if to scare something or someone. I looked at my garden, and there was absolutely nothing. It's surely explainable, but personally, I didn't find anything. Each time, I never did. Fast forward to 2021. I never slept on my side, as I wasn't fond of not seeing what was behind me, until one evening I found myself facing the wall, lying on my side, without knowing what was behind me. I sort of woke up. I had that feeling that I've never had before. I was sure and certain that something was behind me. I could feel it. At that moment, all I wanted to do was scream. I was sure, though, if I did, something bad was going to happen to me. To be sure that I didn't have sleep paralysis, I tried to move my fingers, my legs, my feet. I managed to do all of that without any worries. And all of a sudden, I felt someone pushing me gently, so that instead of being on my ribs, I found myself on my stomach. I managed to prevent this thing from pushing me further. I don't know how, but I know that as soon as I did that, I fell asleep. It was from that moment that things got worse, penetrating my dreams for sure. In the summer of 2022, I was on vacation in Spain. During that vacation at night, I was not very calm. I had the impression that whatever was at home had followed me there too, appearing in my dreams as different things. Maybe they were just nightmares, but it all seemed connected. Those dreams continued. In February 2023, I woke up one morning with a huge scratch that suddenly appeared during my sleep. The mark was quite long. The scratch itself stung very much. A few days later, I had a red streak right across the same area of the scratch, again during my sleep. And again, a few days later, I woke up with a red line across my nose, which happened while I was sleeping. March 2023, I was in my bathroom. It was dark around 12 a.m. I heard someone knock on the door 6 or 7 times before I replied that it was busy. Right after my answer, it stopped. When I came out, I thought it was my dad, so I went to his room before I saw that he was sleeping. My mom, too, so it wasn't them. My sister was also sleeping. My brother was at university, so I was the only one awake. So who could have knocked? 2023, at the end of April, exactly 2 days ago, I left to eat with friends around 12:40, returned at 6 p.m. As soon as I got back, the atmosphere changed. I felt uncomfortable, a feeling of fear without knowing why. As soon as I got home, I instantly noticed that my animals were behaving strangely. I went to my room to look for something, immediately realized something was wrong in there. Turns out the color of the LEDs had changed, which can't happen on its own unless somebody decides to do it. Going back down to my living room, I saw my animals were only staring at points near me, like protecting me or seeing something potentially dangerous that I can't see. Everywhere I go, my cat follows me, watching a different place right next to me. In the living room, sitting on the couch, both stare at a spot right next to me, side of my couch 2 meters away from me. From the dining room, they fixate on the kitchen and the cellar door. It was as if something was following me wherever I went, and my animals were following it. I really started to feel bad and scared when I saw that my cat, who basically doesn't like to stick around people, was following me everywhere. I was going to the toilet, he was coming. Absolutely anywhere and everywhere. My dog sat for 10 minutes staring at a particular spot, which is my kitchen, darkened by the evening. My cat staring at a particular spot right next to me. As soon as my parents got home, they stopped. I felt better. But the oddities, they won't stop. My first cat, Gilly, had a toy mouse. It was her favorite toy, special from all the other toys. When I was in another room, I would hear Gilly start to meow a very specific and silly-sounding meow. The mouse would be in her mouth, and she'd bring it to me pretending to be a top predator. Her meows would be muffled and elongated until she dropped the mouse at my feet, and we'd both celebrate the catch with a good pet. When I was about 12, my mom started letting me be at home without the supervision of a babysitter. She worked at a grocery store, and the fancy job title they gave her meant she'd most certainly need to be there all the time. During the holiday season, I would see her the least. She would be there with the midnight crew, unloading boxes, making sure each shipment was right. Usually, my only company at the end of the night was Gilly. Sometimes I'd plug in the phone jack and play Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 with a couple of friends from school, but the dial-up router I was using at the time wasn't very reliable. One night I was able to get online and actually do a couple sessions with my friend. While I'm playing, I hear Gilly's distant, silly meowing. My bedroom door was shut, and when she gets to my room, she starts scratching from the other side. I'm sitting at the end of my bed. My back is facing the door. I'm in the middle of a game, so I ignore her meows and scratches until it was done. Then, I took off my headphones and set down the controller beside me, untangling myself from the PlayStation cords before getting off the bed to let her in. But when I turned around, Gilly was lying on the bed behind where I was sitting. She was staring at the door, her ears forward, curious about the noises we were both hearing. Seeing Gilly on the bed made me freeze and listen with her. The scratching and meowing persisted. I listened with full focus while stepping as light as I could to the door. As I got closer, the scratching paused for a moment. Then it hit the door again, scratching harder and more aggressive. The meowing got more frantic. No sound I'd ever heard Gilly produce, and I knew she was sitting right next to me. I was starting to think I wasn't even dealing with a cat on the other side of the door. Originally, I tried to rationalize with myself, thinking somehow another cat had gotten into the house. But I couldn't trick my brain into believing the noises were coming from a cat. It sounded like an air raid siren mixed with a scream. It crescendos to silence. Suddenly, I felt an urgency to know what this thing was before it was too late. I quickly opened my bedroom door, but I don't see anything on the other side. Looking out the door, I'm only able to see the hallway wall with a few pictures hanging on it. I had to stick my head out into the dark hallway if I wanted to fully see into the hallway and living room. There's no doubt in my mind that something was just outside my door, so I forced myself to pop my head out and look. Down the narrow hallway, there's a woman standing in the dark with her forehead against the wall. Her hair is long and covers most of her face. She's wearing an oversized white t-shirt that hangs down to her knees. Other than that, it doesn't even look like she's wearing shoes. That's all I can make out, and I realize the woman I'm looking at isn't my mom. The hair stands up on my neck, and I lean my head back into my bedroom. Terrified, I attempt to slowly turn the door handle before closing the door, so the handle doesn't click when latching. But as I'm doing my best to carefully close it without a sound, I hear footsteps running toward my room. This makes me scream and slam the door so hard Gilly would hide under the bed for the rest of the night, scared. I would hide scared all night on top of the bed, under my covers. When I slammed the door, the footsteps vanished mid-step. The house was quiet the rest of the night. My heart almost stopped when my mom came home. I remember trying to explain it to her, but not really being able to describe what I heard and saw and have it all make sense. The conversation dwindled down to either I don't give my mom things to worry about or she's getting my cousin to start babysitting me again. Thankfully, that was the only time something of that nature happened. But it leaves me all the more lost. It's now just a memory I'll always feel a little crazy for having, not to mention retelling. I'm a 28-year-old male, but this happened when I was just 15. I loved smoking weed back then, so I was basically smoking with my friends every day. I grew up in the UK, and my town was pretty big, with a population of nearly 100,000. The place I lived was like an estate full of houses. I had a best friend at the time who lived about a 20 to 25-minute walk from my house, but in order to get there, you had to walk through a wooded area that led to a big lake that you could walk around to get near his house. So one day, randomly, I was out with my friend who I just mentioned, plus many others, when we noticed a lot of police presence in the area, near the woods. Plus, there was a police helicopter in the air. Being curious, we followed the police to the woodlands that separated our houses. We went through the woods to the lake where the police and ambulance workers were, along with many bystanders at this point. We got there and started asking people we knew what happened. We were told that a young boy around the age of 7 had drowned in the lake, near the path where everyone was gathering. Over the next couple of days, police were trawling the lake, looking for the child. They knew he was there because his friend had ran for help when he fell in and couldn't get out. 2 or 3 days after he slipped in, the authorities found the young boy's body, which was big news in my town. No later than 24 hours after the boy was found, the local council installed a black metal bench on the footpath near where he had died, with a little plaque commemorating his life. Okay, so that very next day, I was out with my friend over near where I lived. We were getting high with a bunch of other friends that we knew. By the time we were done getting high, we decided to go back to his house to sleep, because my mom would have gone crazy over the fact that we were high. We started to walk back to his house at around 11 p.m. It was really dark out. We passed my house and eventually got to the woods. We walked through the woods and got to the start of the lake. We started walking down the side of the lake, down the path towards where the kid had drowned and the bench was. We were just talking nonsense as high teens did, when I noticed that there was a man sitting on the bench. Now, I was a little bit freaked out by this, but I didn't say anything yet. It was 11 p.m. near the woods in the dark. It was creepy, but when I got a little closer, I noticed that I could see what the man was wearing. He was dressed as a priest. You know, black jacket, white collar. Upon seeing the priest, I sighed some relief because I just presumed he was praying or something. Most likely for the kid that had drowned in that spot 4 days earlier. So after noticing this priest, I just watched him sit there as I got closer and closer. I didn't say anything to my friend, who was right next to me, but we collectively stopped talking once we noticed the man. As we got closer, it was more obvious that he was a priest. And then, once we got within 5 meters, he was gone. I felt like I blinked and he just disappeared. When we were walking past the actual bench where I'd seen him, there was nobody there. But if he was to have just gotten up and walked away, I'd have seen him. It's a one-way track. After I got to the bench, I turned to my friend, who was just as confused and spooked as I was. I asked him if he'd just seen that man that sat on the bench. I didn't want to say what type of man because the way he was dressed was very obvious as to what type of man he was. But as I asked him, "Did you see that man that sat on the bench?" he said, "Yeah, the guy dressed like a priest." When I tell you my heart sunk, I can't explain that feeling or that situation to this day. What gets me is I purposely asked my friend if he'd seen the man. He corrected me by saying the priest. If it was a person, they'd have to get up and walk away from us in a straight line down the path, which we'd have seen, or they'd have to walk past us. There's a bit of backstory, but it's important. In February of 2015, my sister ended up buying a Ouija board. She bought it from Spencer's Gifts, so it was cheap and plastic. It has a moon and a sun in the top 2 corners, 2 images on the bottom that I don't really remember. She made plans with 2 of our friends and myself to use the board. My mother is a Bible thumper, so we couldn't do it at our house. We decided to go to one of her friends' houses, since her parents are open to things like that. We all spent the night at S's house. They wanted to wait and take the board out at 12 a.m., the witching hour, to have a higher chance of making contact with something. We had a dance party, ate a ton of junk food, and about 10:30, we settled to watch a movie. I fell asleep. At about 11:45, S stopped the movie, and we started setting up. I was tired from our craziness. We shut off the lights, lit white candles, got around the board. My sister, S, and I had our hands on the planchette while the other friend, D, sat next to us with paper and pencil to document. She was too scared to use the board. We opened the board and asked questions without much luck. We stopped and talked about what we could do to help things move along. After a while, my sister looked up an app on her phone. It claimed to translate the words that ghosts were saying, or something like that. S thought it was stupid, but we were going to try anything. The phone was handed off to D to keep an eye on it. We kept talking about the candles being too bright, or someone not being open enough to it, when D said that the phone just said plastic and board, one after the other. We took that as a sign that something may be happening. The moment I put my fingers on the planchette, I started shaking. Dread washed over me so intensely, but I couldn't let go of the planchette. I didn't want to. It took all I had to keep myself from crying. The board started off silent, but all of a sudden it moved to Z, then Y, then X. My sister instantly got scared and said, "Move it to goodbye now." We did. The feeling was gone as quickly as it came. My sister explained that if whatever is moving the planchette starts counting down, moving up or down in the alphabet, making figure eights, or moving to the four corners, it's a bad spirit or demon. It's trying to make the board a portal. We stopped for the night after that. I didn't tell them how I felt. I was worried that they would think I was just messing with them, and that they wouldn't believe me. I had trouble sleeping because I thought that it would come back as I slept. I never experienced dread quite like that before. It felt violating. It felt like whatever it was tried to possess my body. I feel that because I was so tired. I was vulnerable to attack. I'll never play with a board again. It's not a game. It's so real and can go very wrong. This story may be hard to believe, especially since I don't have the photo at hand, but I promise I'm telling the truth. When I was a kid, I went on a church service trip to New Orleans. Our aim was to help clean up remaining damages from when Katrina hit. About midway into our trip, we helped remove brush and debris from some old plot of land so that a playground could be built. We were all ecstatic because the day was incredibly productive, and we really believed that the spiritual forces of good, godliness, were at work through us. That night, we visited Bourbon Street to have dinner, listen to some live music, and celebrate the work that had been done. At some point, one of the church leaders was taking pictures and pointed her camera to the sky, facing a distant casino. The sky was clear, no clouds. She snapped a photo, and when the screen displayed her photo, there was a silver-looking face, smiling heinously, while clasping his hands, protecting the casino. His face seemed metallic with many wrinkles. If you can imagine the Heath Ledger Joker, but without eyes, a huge mouth, no teeth, and many wrinkles. Like fabric being pulled in multiple directions. That's what it looked like. It had wet-looking orange hair that draped about midway down its face. Its nose was half missing. The entire group went hysterical when they all looked at the photo, and the rest of the night, we were disturbed. The joy that we had felt all day instantly went away. Few of us slept. I had a variety of hallucinations in the dark, of demons falling into me. I didn't get any sleep. There were a few girls in the room next to me who I could hear crying in terror about what had just taken place. I say all of this to illustrate how the incident felt like a direct, successful attempt to hijack our spirits of positive energy. One person in the group tried to come up with multiple natural explanations for the incident, but the leader who took the photo always had new details to explain how there wasn't a natural explanation for what had taken place. This incident alone has been enough to keep my agnostic ass alert and aware of all possibilities. I live in Roswell, New Mexico, and our town thrives on conspiracy theorist nut jobs, which I thought was bull until last weekend. My friend and I took a telescope for one of our overnight camping trips. But this wasn't like other times. We went to sleep shortly after midnight, only to be woken up by a strange, high-pitched screech that grew louder until my teeth were shaking. My friend unzipped one corner of our tent flap to reveal a soft red glow. My heart stopped at the sight of a metallic craft hovering 50 feet over my truck. It was oblong-shaped, just big enough to fit 2 or 3 people inside. It had small, red lights running along the center. It stayed for several minutes before suddenly shooting towards our tent and stopping directly above us. It felt like an eternity as we waited silently, too terrified to move, but eventually the screeching noise went even higher. Then, silence, no more red glow. I'm a 20-year-old female and I just started my junior year of college. I've been listening to your channel for a couple of months now, but I didn't realize the stories came from your listeners until last week's episode. So when this crazy thing happened last night, I knew I wanted to send it in. I'm sorry it isn't more traditionally frightening, but I swear it's true. I tried to debunk it in every way that I could think of, but I just can't explain this. Now, you might be mistakenly thinking that I'm almost finished with school, but I'm a psych major here on a scholarship, so I still have a long road ahead of me. The bulk of my time is currently spent going to class, working in the cafeteria, and studying. I even study while I eat, and the only thing that gets me through it is listening to scary stories. I've always felt like a little bit of a psycho when saying that, but I think the people here will understand what I mean. That's why this is my kind of crowd. I know this all sounds like a long introduction, but I swear it's relevant. I need you to understand that YouTube is my main source of entertainment. I'm not some boomer who's confused by technology. I'm telling you, something weird happened last night. My roommate was out and I was up late studying, close to midnight or shortly after, with a YouTube playlist loaded on my Chromebook. It had been playing with no trouble for over 3 hours, and the current video had just ended. I'm too poor for YouTube Premium, so I have to deal with pressing skip ad occasionally. It's normally not worth mentioning, but this time, the second I pressed it, a female voice screamed, "Get out," loud enough to make me fall out of my seat. That part I'm certain of. The part I'm slightly less sure of is what I think I saw as I was falling. It looked an awful lot like a pale, transparent face had appeared on the screen. From the extremely brief glimpse I got, it looked feminine, but her eyes were missing. Or maybe they were just black. I can't be sure which. Either way, when I pulled myself off the floor, there was only my desktop screen. YouTube had crashed. Then, just as I got my playlist pulled up again, the closet door to my right slammed shut. It had been wide open. There was no draft, and it's never done that before or since. Just randomly closed all by itself. No, not closed. Slammed. I've not only never experienced anything paranormal in that dorm room, I've never experienced anything paranormal in my life. At first, I thought a second ad had started to play and then glitched. I searched on YouTube and Google, but I couldn't find any images or audio that were even close to what I heard. Next, I thought it was a prank, that I clicked a fishy link and now someone had the ability to screw with me. My brother is a computer engineer, and I may have made my story sound slightly more urgent to attain speedier service. I know, I'm an asshole, but I couldn't stand the idea of waiting. It didn't matter anyway. Eric returned my Chromebook with a clean bill of health. His best explanation for my experience is a stress-induced hallucination. I'm sorry, I just don't buy it. I don't think I could accept that even if the closet door hadn't slammed shut almost immediately after. I don't really mind the door or the voice as much as I do the face. That thing haunts me. I swear those eyes were blank sockets. I'm going to try to find out if anyone has ever died in my building, but I'm afraid to tell my friends about this. They're all psych majors as well, and I'm torturing myself enough in that department as it is. I really don't need them piling on. Half of me thinks I must be cracking, while the other half knows what I saw. It's maddening. Anyway, I'll send an update if anything new happens, or if I learn that some girl's eyes were brutally removed in my room. Meanwhile, thanks for reading my story. Just got back from visiting Gettysburg in Pennsylvania. Stayed at the Best Western next to Cemetery Ridge. My room actually looked out onto the ridge. On the first night, I woke up at 5 a.m., looked out the window at the hill. It was a clear night without a moon, so the hill was completely dark. All I could see was the outline of the ridge. I stared at the ridge tree line for about 2 minutes, not knowing what I was looking for and just thinking about the battle there. For some reason, I started thinking about, what if I saw a ghost or an orb? And at that very moment, a bright, round, white ball of light came on in the tree line at the ridge of the hill. It didn't look like a flashlight, since it didn't have a beam or variate in any way that it moved. It was about the size of a softball, I imagine, since I was about 150 yards away. It started moving right to left along the tree line, and then sped off across the hill towards the Angel, if you know that location on Cemetery Ridge. The whole thing lasted about 45 seconds, and as it was happening, I wanted to run over and grab my phone to take pictures or video, but I didn't want to miss anything. I was also trying to figure out what it was. Once it was gone, there was nothing, nobody on the ridge, from what I could see. So I got my phone and recorded about 10 minutes while watching for it to come back. Unfortunately, nothing appeared, and the daylight was starting to break, so I could start making out the actual trees, a few statues and monuments on the ridge. Needless to say, I couldn't get back to sleep. I just wanted to add that the movement of the light from right to left, it was erratic, and when it sped off, it was extremely fast, and it left a trace of light behind it. In my opinion, nobody could have run that fast, and there's no indication of motorcycles, bikes, or a car. As a kid, I had a few paranormal encounters that I thought significant, 2 of which included a black-eyed child that resembled the Ring Girl, or the Grudge, but had bangs, looked exactly like a friend that I had in elementary school, only pale, white, and black-eyed. First time I saw her maybe 50 yards away, in the rear view as my dad drove me away. Second time, she was in my room as I went to go get something. She was on her knees on the opposite side of my bed. Anyway, I never paid much attention to it. I'm not saying the next encounter was the same entity or related, but I've started wondering if they are. This one I know for a fact to be real. It was almost 3 years ago, 5 or 6 a.m. I was being nocturnal at the time. Me and my girlfriend were getting ready to go to sleep, but I went to the kitchen to get a snack as she followed. It wasn't clear what I was doing, so she asked me, "What are you doing?" Then she said, "What the fuck?" And I spun around right as she clicked the light in the hallway that was right above her. Immediately after she turned it on, just in time for me to see, as I'd just turned around, the light bulb exploded. A skinny figure resembling the girl from The Ring appeared. Only very tall, maybe 6 foot something, her body only being a few inches wide. It disappeared with the flash of the light from the exploding light bulb, leaving me and my girlfriend speechless. She said that she exclaimed, "What the fuck?" because she saw a white mist beside her, which is also why she turned on the light. It's the realest experience I've ever had, the most chilling. Me and that girlfriend broke up now, but the whole 2 years I was with her, creepy phenomena happened constantly. From the one I just mentioned to hearing voices, rhythmic tapping on windows, apparitions, dogs growling at nothing, and one time I heard stomping running up to me from behind despite being alone, but nothing like the skinny light bulb figure. The most notable other experiences were when we heard mumbling outside of our bedroom door, but we were alone in the house. When I was alone going to sleep, I saw a shadow figure walking parallel to my bed. Us talking about turning the bedroom light on, only for it to turn on by itself, right as we mentioned it. And items being moved, lost randomly, sometimes randomly appearing in the freezer of all places. My dog at the time was pretty quiet, unless we could physically see a person walking outside or something. But my girlfriend said that, while I was at work, he would often growl at the hallway, hair standing up as well. I never had him do that the whole 15 years I had him. Almost all experiences were in the same house. And we both experienced them together and apart, but it was worse for her, especially when she was alone at the house and I was at work. There were also times in 2 other houses that she claimed to see someone laying beside her, facing her, despite being alone. I'll also mention, I never experienced things so real, even in that house, until I got with her, and everything ceased when we broke up. And haven't had many things happen since. It's been a year. Any thoughts? Was my ex haunted? Is the ring girl or figures like her only from folklore? When I was around 10 years old, my cousins and I used to spend time at our grandfather's house. We would play at scaring each other in his dark room. The last person to leave would win the game. One August day, after we had just started playing, I saw a figure in a black cloak walk right by me before disappearing into thin air. I was obsessed with ghosts, so we tried to communicate with the entity. I told the others that everyone needed to wait outside, except for myself and one other person to serve as a witness. The others were only supposed to come in and turn on the lights when they heard me say the word lamp. Once they were gone, I held out my hand, and I asked the entity to hold it. After a few seconds, I felt something long and sharp touch my thumb. I panicked, started repeating lamp, until the others came in and turned on the lights. My 6-year-old cousin, who had stayed in the room, was sitting on the bed, trembling. When I asked him what was wrong, he said he saw a figure with very long nails holding my hand. Apparently, something from another world touched me. I was so scared that I've never tried to communicate with it again. So this story is short, but safe to say it creeped the hell out of me, and I still tell it to people ever so often. My nanny, Mom's mom, lived in an older house when I was younger. My family always joked that it was haunted because we always heard bumps and bangs and stuff. Just overall, it gave a creepy vibe. It got to where I wouldn't stay the night over there unless I had to because my parents worked a lot. When I was 15, I was staying at Nanny's and we were in her bathroom, doing something, getting ready for bed. It was just me and Nanny, alone in the house, aside from her older poodle. Rest in peace, Brandy. Best doggo ever. Anyway, out of nowhere, we heard a huge crash coming from the kitchen. We ran in there to find Brandy hiding under the kitchen table, trembling, and her food dishes upside down across the kitchen from where they would normally sit. They were heavy ceramic bowls that sat down and in those metal trays. There was water and food everywhere. At first, we were like, "Brandy, what did you do?" And then we kind of realized that the bowls and the tray weighed more than she did. She was probably 8 pounds or so. Plus, she was pretty old at this point. The stand was also upside down in the middle of the kitchen. No clue what happened that night, but safe to say we were thoroughly freaked out. Other things happened often, like stuff falling off the walls and such. I'm glad she doesn't live there anymore. I moved into my aunt and uncle's house for about 2 years. I was a 5th grader. It was my 3 younger cousins, my sister and I, who were mostly in the home. I rarely remember my aunt being home, which should have been a red flag, and her husband worked the graveyard shift, so we weren't allowed to be rowdy during the day. The home is in this part of town that was historically settled by Irish immigrants, so a lot of deaths happened due to poor water hygiene and a fire that forced them out. The house previously belonged to my uncle's father, so he was very attached to the home. As an Asian immigrant, buying a home in those days was very rare because of how poor they were. The times when my aunt was home, they often argued. I can't remember about what. For a time, she didn't sleep in the same bed with her husband and slept with the kids in our room. I remember him wrestling her on the bed one day, breaking the window next to it. It felt more awkward than scary because it felt more like they were hiding something. After that, I remember hearing my other aunt and grandma whispering all about how the house should be sold and everyone should move out. All while this was happening, weird things would occur in the home. My aunt really liked to gamble with her siblings, and I guess it was her way of being able to stay away from home late at night, while my uncle was off at work. Like all children, my cousins, my sister, and I loved watching TV. Back when Adult Swim would air late-night anime, and we would all tune in the living room with our eyes glued to the latest or reruns of Wolf's Rain episodes. One night, the doors connecting the living room to the foyer slammed shut. They were always left wide open because it was one of those weird house rules that we followed. All of us turned to see the panic on each other's faces. We ran into the girls' bedroom. We were terrified out of our minds. Once we all got into the room, we panicked even more because we'd left the lights and the TV on. If our aunt came home, knowing we weren't sleeping, we were in trouble. We all demanded the oldest should go run and turn it off, which was my sister, but she refused. In our panic, someone asked, "Did we lock the door?" So, we knew we were all fucked whenever our aunt came home, but we were all too scared to leave the bedroom after that experience. When my aunt did come home, she was furious. The lights were on, the TV was on, the doors weren't locked, and children were up past midnight. She asked, and we told her the truth. The look in her eyes I'll never forget. It was confirmation that she too experienced the same things in that house. We were chewed out and my aunt went about pretending that nothing happened. But things kept escalating. They got dogs and would leave them in different places throughout the home at night. In the middle of the night, sometimes one dog would bark at the darkness, as if something were there, which only made my aunt unhinged even more. I ended up moving in with my grandma in the middle of 6th grade and escaped that place. But even 20+ years later, I still have nightmares about that house. My aunt did end up selling the house years later to an Italian restaurant behind it because they wanted to expand their parking lot, and they never have. I believe it's because the land is cursed, or the entity won't allow them to build. My aunt wasn't a Christian. She hired a shaman for years to cleanse and rid the spirits that were lingering, but there was no success. After selling the house, a giant cross was built in front of the home, and posters of Jesus and the cross were zip-tied to the fence around the property. I had an unexplainable experience occur about 5 years ago. I was a junior in high school. After the school day was over, my best bud at the time and I went over to his dad's house. With the house to ourselves, our plan was to hunker down in his room, play MCC Halo 2 on Legendary, see how truly hard the game is. It's hard. We're in the middle of the level outskirts, just before you reach Jackal Sniper Alley, and in the next room over, we heard a noise. The adjacent room was the parallel laundry room, which had a closed door to the garage. The garage door's handle squeaks. Our ears catch the noise. We pause the game just as the door creaks all the way open. We're staring out the bedroom door into the hallway. We can see the doorway of the laundry room, but not into the room itself. We were expecting to see who was coming in from the garage, assuming it was his dad. Instead, The garage door slams shut, so hard we could feel it connect with the wall. We are stunned. We started freaking out because no one else should be home right now, so I immediately assumed there's an intruder. We gather some random items to use as weapons and literally breach the garage like friggin' Rainbow Six Siege. We stacked up and opened the door as I yelled, "Whoever the fuck is in here better come out right fucking now." Silence. Stale silence and utter darkness. We flip the lights on and begin a search of the garage. I tell my buddy to check if the side door to the backyard is locked. It is. While he looks around outside, I make note that there's no windows in this garage. No feasible escape that wouldn't leave a trace for us to find. All there was my bud's dad's old rusty truck and a bunch of empty cabinets. Yes, I searched the cabinets. No one was in the garage except us. I've told multiple people this story, and over the years, not a single explanation I haven't already accounted for and disproved. The obvious question is wind? No. I've had wind open and close doors before, and you know when it's the wind. Besides, we would have heard the garage rattling if the wind was hard enough to open and slam the door. I would like to note that there is a possibility that someone actually did break in and manually open the garage door to slide out under it, but that's also unlikely. Not only would we have heard it move, but it would have made much more sense to just hit the garage hanger button. There's also the possibility that in the midst of panic, my bud mistook the side door for being locked when it actually wasn't. No matter which way you cut it, I have a freaky ghost home intruder story. A couple of months ago, on a day when I was simply asking my cards if there were any messages they had for me, I received a calling to manifest something I desired, or I guess, thought I desired. Ever since I was a kid, I've always experienced what you'd consider otherworldly beings, spirits, angels, whatever your preferred term may be. There's been all kinds of experiences, scary ones, funny ones, good ones, great ones, etc. They're not consistent, but they've happened plenty of times over my life. I'm in my mid-20s now. So on that day, I decided to ask my guide something along the lines of this. If the power for mediumship is within me, I ask that it becomes more prevalent in my life. I did my own little routine that has been taught down the line of my Balkan family. Later that night, I was watching TV downstairs with my roommates. I had to pee, as one does, so I started up the stairs to my bathroom. One of my roomies yelled out a question. I stopped, naturally looked back down the stairs. I was frozen for a moment when I saw the scariest spirit I've ever seen. A woman in all black, drapey clothes, long hair covering most of her face, just staring at me from the bottom of the stairs. I didn't even answer my roommates. I began backing up the stairs quickly, turned around once again, and there she was, closer this time. A feeling of dread came over me. I'm not joking when I say I ran to my bathroom, slammed the door shut. I called one of my roommates downstairs to come get me. That night, as I was falling asleep, I heard my name being whispered. Let's just say I didn't sleep that night. I do all my practices during the day. It's just how it's always been and what feels right. The next morning, I reversed that asking of mine, did one of my familiar house cleansing practices. I haven't heard or seen anything since. I'm worried that I may have completely closed off this previous ability of mine. I guess what I'm so curious about is if anyone thinks that this was a dark entity, a lost soul, or anything else. I still question it to this day. Had I accidentally lowered a veil, made myself more vulnerable? Let me know your thoughts. I'm a 25-year-old female, and I've always been fairly in tune with the supernatural. My first memorable experience happened when I was with my cousin Kay. We were only 7. Kay and I went to an older cousin's birthday party. Her name is Kat. She was turning 12. It was a gorgeous June day, the perfect time to enjoy a nice summer breeze. Kat's party was at Duncan Park in Natchez, Mississippi. While this park had its usual picnic tables and playground equipment, it was surrounded by weeping willows, which aren't that uncommon to find in this part of Mississippi. However, unlike other parks, this one was sitting right next to an old plantation house, an abandoned YMCA that closed down in the 70s, and the front of an old locomotive that the city was forced to fence off because people like my aunt had defaced it in their youth. My cousin Kay and I ran around the park while waiting for the rest of our family to show up and enjoy the festivities. That's when we saw them. 2 women dressed in pastel, lacy dresses with bell skirts and bonnets, the style resembling that of the Civil War era. However, in our 7 or 8-year-old brains, they were dressed like Barbie princesses. So we followed. We still had that childlike naiveness when it came to stranger danger. They walked up the steps to the front porch of the Greek Revival-style home, where we saw a few men in tailcoats, adorned with top hats and what looked to be afternoon tea set up on a table. My cousin and I watched at a distance, at first completely entranced by the scene in front of us. It was like something out of a fairy tale. We got a bit closer. I remember we were going to ask them something. What were we going to ask them? I don't remember. I do remember that as soon as the word "hey" came out of our mouths, the ladies in dresses, the gentlemen in suits, stopped what they were doing and floated through the walls of the house, disappearing completely. My cousin and I stood there, looked at each other for a few minutes in disbelief at what we'd just witnessed. Kay and I came to a silent understanding that no one would believe us, since we were just children. We would have been written off as having overactive imaginations. We went back to Kat's party like everything was normal. Didn't utter a word of what had just happened to anyone. Fast forward to when we were teens. We finally told my mom what we'd experienced all those years ago. My mom told us that the Auburn plantation had reenactments in the spring. So what we must have seen was former residents enjoying the summer breeze like they were still amongst the living. I live with my grandma. My bedroom is in the basement. She can't walk up and down the stairs anymore, so she never comes down there. Last night, I had the most vivid dream I've had in my life. Everything in my dream was exactly the same as it was in real life at the time. My grandma upstairs, my boyfriend and I asleep in my bed downstairs. The dream went like this. In the middle of the night, every car alarm on our street was going off. Minutes later, things around my bedroom were being thrown around the room, knocked off of shelves, and there was a loud bang all around the house. I ran upstairs and the 2 chandeliers in the living room were swinging around. I went back downstairs and a noose had appeared on my bedroom ceiling. When I woke up, I ran upstairs to tell my grandma about my dream. Before I had the chance to say anything, she said, "I felt like Mike was here with me last night." Mike is my father, who passed away a few years ago. I left for work and my boyfriend still sleeping in my bed. When he woke up, he called me and said that he felt very sick, but as soon as he left the house, he felt better. Literally, as soon as he walked out the front door. When I got home from work, I went downstairs and sat down on my bed. I noticed a necklace that I've never seen before in my life. It was just lying on my bed next to me. I went upstairs to ask my grandma about it. She said that she'd never seen it before either. It was a gold chain with a dainty cross pendant. After talking to my grandma, I headed downstairs. The necklace was laying in the middle of the kitchen floor. I ran back to my grandma's bedroom. When I came back, it had moved from the kitchen to the living room. Maybe it seems like all of this could easily be explained, but it feels too coincidental. and I don't understand where this necklace came from or how it's moving around with neither of us touching it. This happened to me several years ago, back when I was a teenager. I've never really told many people about it, but the memory has always stuck with me. Some background. I've always believed in paranormal. I've experienced other things, but nothing quite to this extent. I grew up in Arkansas, and as a family in a smaller city, we spent a lot of time outdoors, fishing, hunting, camping, etc. I was about 16 when my dad and I decided to go hunting on some land owned by a longtime family friend. I grew up hunting out there and was familiar with the majority of the property. My dad had been out prior and scoped a few good spots to sit and wait. He took me to a dry creek that I wasn't entirely familiar with. It had a raised island in the middle of it. It was like 4 or so feet higher than the creek bed. There was a fallen tree on top of it. He had me sit on the stump. He left me there and went to whatever location he'd picked for himself. I waited there for a while, not really hearing or seeing anything. I eventually laid my gun down on the ground at my feet, stood up to stretch a little. I remember suddenly feeling a little odd. While I was stretching, I started hearing thuds. It sounded like a horse running, or a deer maybe, but it sounded heavier. I could hear whatever it was, but couldn't see anything. I was in the middle of the woods, and I heard no leaves being rustled around or anything. Only the thuds. Before I could react, I felt a hard shove on the center of my chest, and I fell backwards off of the little hill that I was on. It pushed the breath out of me and scared me to death. After the hit, there was no more noise. Nothing running away, just silence. The entire experience freaked me out. And of course, when I yelled and finally found my dad, he didn't believe me. Has anyone else experienced anything similar to this? I've seen and heard things before, but I've never been touched or hit. What could this be? From about 2018 to 2019, I lived in an apartment by the college I was attending. It wasn't an old apartment, wasn't made out of an old house. Nothing about it seemed like it'd be the least bit haunted. I didn't really even notice all that much to make me reach that conclusion. Sure, sometimes I'd smell the same food cooking about the same time, some mornings and nights. And sometimes I'd hear the sound of somebody taking a step in the living room. But I attributed both to the rooms on 3 sides of me. The steps could be someone above me, and the food could be anybody cooking. This to say, I never even contemplated that it was haunted until one day. This was during the 2019 spring semester. I was graduating at the end of the semester, and so the school year was ramping up and stressing me out. I became fond of taking naps during the day in order to cope with a broken sleep schedule. And oftentimes I'd just sleep during the day, laying face down on the bed in order to block out the light. One Monday, I'd taken a nap. Class had either been canceled or I'd decided to skip it that day. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. That was until I blinked blearily awake, with a concrete sensation that a hand was stroking my bangs, starting from the roots and running their fingers through the tips. It felt nice, to be honest, all except the fact that I lived by myself in that apartment. As soon as I woke up enough to connect that something didn't feel right, I remember jumping up and yelling out in surprise, swearing in complete alarm. The sensation immediately went away, and I was left shaken, standing in the bedroom. I collect myself, go get supper, and try to figure out what had just happened. Upon doing some research, an old cabin used to be in that spot, and before that, during a battle fought in the Civil War, a tent had been placed somewhere near there for soldiers and nurses. I spent the next few months trying to figure out who it could have been and waiting to try to experience it again, but it never came again. I have no idea what it was, never experienced anything else ever again. I just wonder who it was, why they seemed so interested in my well-being. In a way, it was kind of nice, kind of sweet, and I have this weird desire to at least know who it was and what happened to them. Is that weird? It feels weird to me. Recently, I felt something following me around, everywhere. I always feel like someone's watching me. I feel a hand on my shoulder or a head when there's nothing there. So I keep seeing this thing when I'm outside. It doesn't talk usually, but I keep seeing it wherever I go. It's always behind a tree or hiding. When I was younger, I used to go outside to swing next to the huge tree, and I kept seeing a shadow figure stick its head out. But whenever I actually looked at it, it disappeared. It doesn't hurt or scare me. It's sort of like a father. It comforts me, and yes, it may be an imaginary friend, but it feels real. I keep feeling it touch my shoulder. I feel it next to me, always beside or behind me. When I sleep and face the wall, I feel it behind me. There are times when I see it or hear it in the closet or in the hallway at night, but it doesn't harm me. It doesn't harm me, and it says it brings no threats. It's comforting to me. Talk to it sometimes. During school, I write about it, draw about it. I might be crazy, but it looks so real and feels so real. It's super tall, no face, no accessories, nothing on it. A shadow figure, really skinny. I can almost see its bones. It has a sort of low, raspy voice. It's nice and kind. It's never made me feel threatened or scared. I feel happy, relaxed, and welcome it. I can never touch it though, but it can touch me. If I try to touch it, it fades away. It's not around me all the time, but comes to me when I feel stressed out or scared. No one else seems to see him but me, but I know I see it. Also, I just don't see him behind trees. Sometimes, when I swing, I see him next to the road. Once I saw him next to the road somewhere else, but it was signaling for me to follow it. I'm not sure if he's a ghost, a bad spirit, a good spirit, imaginary friend, a shadow person, or anything else. Anyone who knows more about ghosts or might have an idea what this is, please tell me. I don't want to get rid of it, but if you think I should, please tell me that too. So this is admittedly a little shaky. There's probably a logical explanation for this, but I think it's interesting, especially given where I heard it. About 2 months ago, I set out to put together a book of the city's ghost stories, as, at least to my knowledge, no one else has done so. This has led to a lot of on-foot research, a lot of questions, and 1 or 2 mistakes. My sincerest apologies to the one store when I told you your place was haunted. I hadn't realized I was in the wrong place. One of the more prevalent ghost stories I've come across so far, as everyone seems to know some version of it, is of a little girl who fell through a skylight of a grocery store in the 1930s. She hit her head on a Coke machine and died the next day. It's one of the few ghost stories I've come across for the book that's rooted in history. As the little girl did actually fall, I've seen a photograph of her, I've read newspaper articles about it, and I've visited her grave. A lot of the finer points of the actual event seem to have gotten mixed up in the retelling of it. I've heard people talk about the little girl falling from the window instead of the skylight, and pointing to other buildings on the street as the ones that she'd fallen out of. Supposedly, her ghost doesn't just haunt the site of the former grocery store, but the building on either side of it too. Anyway, I was going for a walk one morning, early, as I often do. Heading down the street, I was thinking of the cold, of the weather, and half a dozen other things besides the ghost story about the little girl. I was walking by a series of shops when I heard a noise. A terrific-sounding crash. Jumping, startled, I whirled towards the sound, only to find myself standing in front of the exact building the girl had fallen into. It's a jewelry store now, or at least it will be until they move out soon. Admittedly, it could have been someone working inside who dropped something. Still, the place didn't open for another 2 hours. It was fairly early in the morning. I almost looked in. Probably should have looked in, but didn't, just in case it was one of those workers and not a ghost. I went on my way, rather shaken up, and have yet to hear anything else, no matter how many times I walked by the building. So did I hear the ghostly replaying of the tragic accident? Or just the mishandling of a clumsy employee? I don't know, and probably never will know. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna quit hoping to hear it again. I was a single mom of 3. I bought an old house that was big enough but cheap enough for all of us to have our own rooms. Mine was the only bedroom downstairs. I'd gotten the kids all in bed, finally, one night and came downstairs to go to bed. A nightly ritual for me was to take all of my silver rings off, put them on my nightstand. I wore about 6 rings, all sentimental. So I take off my rings, put them down by my lamp, turn to the bed to remove all the pillows and bedspread and grab my pajamas. I turn back to the nightstand, and all 6 of my silver rings were sitting up on their edge. Not laying down, all lined up in a perfect row. I thought, how in the world did I do that? So I picked them up and just tried to randomly make it happen again. Nope. And again. And nope. It was impossible to casually make them stand up, lined up. I then purposely sat them on their edge, which was a very big balance challenge. They kept falling over, knocking over the others. How and who could have done it? These are some of the experiences I had while working in a haunted house type place one October in my hometown. First thing I want to make clear, this building was super old. From what I can tell and find on the internet, it was built in 1916 and was originally a hotel. It had gone through several different owners throughout the years and was at one point a hospital, at another point an apartment building. It stood abandoned for a long time, but every few years, someone would try to raise money to do something with the building. Eventually, the local high school drama teacher bought it, turned it into a haunted house experience. I was brought in one year as a substitute actor, but ended up with an actual position because the girl who was working in my room refused to work in there alone. For a while, she tried to stop people from telling me why. But eventually I learned that she was standing in the shower in the room, hiding alone. Something or someone scratched her back, pretty bad. She still worked there, but she refused to be alone. The first thing that I noticed about the room was it had a very bad vibe. I hated being there alone every night because the room just felt off. The second thing I noticed about the room was the rocking horse in the corner of the room. It was strung up so that it would be hanging in the corner of the room, and it would just rock all the time. It wasn't like I was pushing it all the time or like there was a particularly strong breeze. It just rocked a lot. The next thing I noticed was that there was a super loud sound of running water behind me all the time. The pipes in the building didn't work at all, so water shouldn't have been going through them. It also wasn't raining or anything. I never figured out what that sound was. The other thing that happened a lot in that building was our technology stopped working a lot. Our lights and sounds that we were using would randomly stop all of the time, but it wasn't like it was a total power outage or anything. It was just our strobe lights and our speakers. There were also a couple of nights where I would take my phone out of the box that all the actors put their phones in, and my phone would go all wacky. It's been years at this point, so I don't remember all the details, but when I turned my phone on, it was some sort of black-blue screen with colored or white text that covered the entire screen. I was able to fix it, but it was weird that it only ever happened there. That's all I remember at the time. But if anyone has questions, I'm willing to answer them. Been a while since I shared this story. Background: I worked as an off-shift IT guy in a 24/7 federal building while trying to finish college. My shift, 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. I can't say too much, but it used to be many things, like a sanitarium, a hospital. Very popular in the 1800s. It had its own underground network of tunnels to move supplies and bodies in and out of the building. Train station, cemeteries. During my shift, I worked in 2 physical locations, the call center area and a secure communications room. The most frightening times I had was when I worked in the building's sub-basement. It used to be the building's morgue, but was now the exclusively secure communications room. Since it's 24/7, the lights stay on in that communications room at all times. There's always someone required to be in the room. Didn't matter if it felt like you were being watched anyway. Also, no one was allowed to be in that room alone. Our customers who we support made sure that one of us was in there with them while working. Minimum staffing in that room was 3 people during the day. At night, my shift, 2. Anyway, my story specifically was, as I was wrapping up my homework thesis, I heard a noise, like something heavy being dragged on the other side or opposite of my cubicle. I called my friend over. He heard it too. My cube wall is pretty long, but in the few minutes for my friend to come over, we both heard it for about 5 to 7 minutes. We asked each other if there was anyone else in our secure area, or if any last-minute work was scheduled. Nope. We made the choice to investigate the noise in the area. Nope, nothing. Room doors still locked. No one else but us entered or was present. Took a smoke break and left, just to not run away screaming. People would complain that when they used the common restroom, someone would tug at their clothing while they were in there. It would always freak them out. The worst parts for me would be when I had to walk this huge Gothic building at night and in the dark and manually update computers. The security guards would make their rounds and shut off all of the lights in the areas not used, and I'd go and turn them all on when I did my rounds. Anyway, I'd see and hear things. Shadows appear when I turned on the lights and murmurs at specific places. During the day, when it's sunny, heavily populated, lots of people, you don't notice anything odd. At night, and it's just you and the other guy, hearing noises and seeing things, it's scary as hell. The building is still occupied. I'm told those areas are no longer available or accessed. They're now used for storage only. I've recently moved into an apartment in the historic part of a medium-sized town. The atmosphere is great, everyone seems friendly, and I get to walk twice a day for about an hour. Even the dogs that, despite feel they need to bark at me, are pretty friendly. The only fly in the ointment is the guy who lives a little ways down from me, who may be a bit too friendly. Not long after I moved in, I started doing my walks, and I would notice the older man sitting out on his porch some evenings. I'd nod at him, he'd nod at me. we might exchange greetings, normal neighbor stuff. A few weeks into this routine, I'm walking back to my apartment, passing his house. He's out there again as usual, but this time calls out to me, stating how he always sees me walking. I respond that, yeah, I do it twice a day, and he invites me to come up and sit on his porch and talk. Now, Mama might have raised me to be polite, but she didn't raise no fool. So I politely declined and continued the short conversation from the grass in front of his house. After a few minutes, I excuse myself and walk back to my apartment. The next few days went on as routine, until one evening he's sitting on his porch, listening to somebody playing electric guitar on a radio. I mean, some really psychedelic stuff. He calls out to me, I stop, and he asks if I like the music. I said, yeah. In truth, it wasn't really my thing, but again, wanted to be polite. So he invites me to come sit up on his porch and listen to it. I again decline, stating I had somewhere to be, and he grouses jokingly that I need to stop making excuses. I again take my leave, feeling even more unnerved than previously. Several more weeks pass and I'm walking by his house when he suddenly bellows, "Boy!" at me from his porch. I stop and turn to face him. I have a thing about people being too familiar with me. I hate being called bud or buddy, so automatically I'm on edge. He asks why he hasn't seen me in the last few days. I explain that I've been walking at the same time every evening. And again, he invites me to come up and sit on his porch. I again decline. After several days of walking, I'm out one morning a couple of days ago, doing my normal rounds when I pass this guy in sunglasses and a hat mowing his lawn. I squeeze past him and the guy turns and demands to know why I didn't even stop to say hi. Surprise, it's my buddy. I state rightly that I didn't recognize him, and he suddenly changes the subject, asking what I do. I tell him I'm a writer. It's really more of a passion than a simple job, but it's the best answer I had. He says that he's wrote before, but probably never something as creative as I've done, which is mildly creepy considering I never told him I wrote fiction. He then says he wants to read some of my writing, says to bring it up to his porch one day, but helpfully tacking on that if he's not there, I should just knock because he's probably in the basement, where apparently his office is. Thoroughly creeped out by the fact that this dude is ticking all the red flags, I continue my walk. Several hours later, in the evening, I'm walking by his house when I see him come out of his house with his back to me. He hadn't seen me. He's fiddling with something on his porch. I slow down because I'm curious, and because somewhere in my brain, I guess I decided it would be rude not to say hi. He turns around after setting up the speaker again, telling me to come sit down and listen to music. Now I was meeting some friends a few minutes later and thusly declined, citing the fact that they were waiting on me. He immediately half-jokingly accused me of lying and says that I won't get anywhere in life by not telling the truth. Before then, inviting that I hadn't had anything to do all day, I argued that yes, I did. He finally drops the subject and lets me go. I'm walking away from him, and that's when I hear it, his screen door swinging shut. The man had gone out on his porch and set up the music just to try to get me to go up there with him. That was the last time I went that way. The next morning, changing my pattern entirely to avoid his house. This is where the I need advice portion is. In your humble opinions, am I blowing this out of proportion? Is this just some lonely, retired old man reaching out to the one person that he sees on a regular basis? Or is this somebody with a much darker agenda, trying to get me into a position where I'm easy to incapacitate, be dragged back into his house or office? Either way, I'm avoiding creepy guy because I'm not sure how I feel about someone who keeps trying to get me onto their porch. The following story was told to me by my grandmother a few years back. She was visiting us a few days ago when I asked her to retell us the story. I don't know if it's true or not, but I believe her, being a person who believes in ghosts, spirits, God, etc. Well, the story goes as follows. It was when my mom was in 6th or 7th grade. The year was 1991, I guess. All of my grandmother's daughters, total of 5 sisters, including my mom, plus her son, were home. My granddad was at work at the time. It was around 9 p.m. at night. All my aunts, including my mom and my uncle, were all huddled in the bedroom with my grandma. Then there was a knock on the door. My grandma, being the brave woman she was, went to answer the knock. Before she opened the door, she asked who it was, and to her shock, someone said, "It's me. Let me in." The only catch was, it was my mom's voice. Nana, what I call my grandma, was shocked to hear it. It was obviously not possible that it would be my mom, as she was sitting inside. Now, after hearing the voice, my Nana knew that something had to be done to protect her kids, so she told everyone to grab a weapon. When everyone was armed with either kitchen knives or long wooden sticks, they went to the door, and my Nana shouted, "Who's there? I know you're not my daughter." There was silence, and then they heard a very, very, very creepy laugh. Way creepier than any horror movie. They waited a few minutes. Then my mom, being the oldest, got fed up and opened the door. There was no one there, just a piece of thread that was worn on the feet. The thread was not there before, my Nana told me, and the front gate was locked. Everyone was spooked out and they went to bed. Nothing has happened since. My mom doesn't remember anything, but I guess that's a given since it's been 31 years since the incident. I truly cannot explain what's happening in my house. We, my wife and I, moved in about 3 months ago, and ever since the second week, it's been wild. At first, it was just little things. Couldn't find the keys, thought we locked the door, but didn't. All stuff easily dismissed by stress of work and a new place. But now, 3 months later, we've officially lost every single remote in the house. And I don't mean we physically lost them. No, they just disappeared. All of them. We have a TV in our room, a TV in the living room, and another in our bonus room downstairs. All 3 are missing their remotes, including the remotes to the Fire Sticks themselves. We replaced the remotes once a month ago, only to have them disappear again. It's just us in this house. It's a brand new house. We're so confused. 2 nights ago, we woke up to the TVs being turned on, volume at full blast. No remotes anywhere to be found. It was so disorienting, running around the house trying to silence the sound. My wife is becoming more and more paranoid and scared. This is not what buying our first house was supposed to feel like. I feel like I'm losing my mind. If anyone knows what we should do, please share. I work at a haunted house, and it turns out it's actually haunted. I work at a haunted house in Utah. I'm a makeup artist, and it's called Haunted Hollow. I've worked there for 7 years now. Haunted Hollow is all outdoors in a forest that runs along a river. The costume and makeup room is indoors, upstairs in one of the only buildings on the property. I was upstairs in the makeup room, cleaning up after getting all the cast ready and sending them out. I was alone in this room, and I suddenly felt my butt cheek burn, like burn. It was a whole 30 degrees, so the sudden burning had me kind of freaked out. I had not touched anything because I was standing in the middle of the room. A few moments had gone by, and my girlfriend came into the room, and I asked her to look at it, thinking I'd been bitten by a spider or something. My girlfriend said that I had a burn on my butt cheek, running down the back of my leg. It even had welts. That same night, my little sister, who's an actor at the haunt, came home with 3 scratches on her arm, and they stayed on her arm for a week before fading. This was in the afternoon, late May of this year. I remember it was later in the afternoon, early evening, but it was a slightly overcast and gray day, so I can't tell you from memory if it was dusk or earlier. I live near a nature conservation area in the Central Florida area. My husband and I were very fortunate to find our property, ample acreage, heavily wooded to the point where we cannot see our neighbors or any lights from their homes. We lovingly call our home the swamp. I was outside in our driveway, which is the only cleared space on our land, save for a natural circular clearing in our woods. I was walking back to our porch when, for some reason, I was compelled to turn and look back to the tree line, around 80 to 100 feet away from our house. I do want to note that there was not a single ounce of fear in me. In fact, I was quite calm when I made eye contact with it. At first, I didn't register what I was looking at. I knew it was an owl, which for my woods is not an uncommon sighting. But then it kind of shifted, and I saw more of it. It was not just an owl. It was the head of an owl, on what I can only describe as the shoulders of a human. And it looked like it were wearing a dark cloak, either made of dark foliage or feathers. It was tall, and from the trees around it, I guessed around 7 foot or so. It just looked at me, and I looked at it. I looked around and blinked, sincerely thinking it was a trick of the lighting, or my mind creating a thing where there was nothing. But no, when I looked back, it was still there, calm and unmoving. I myself was still unafraid, which is not normal for me as I can freak myself out easily. For some reason, I felt another urge, this time to nod. I nodded towards it, like I was showing my acknowledgement of it. It felt natural and the right thing to do, so then I turned and went into my house. I did not go back outside that day, but the next morning, I went back outside and stood in the same place on my porch to look at what it may have been. And there was nothing I could even remotely try to place as it. The space where it stood was between 2 trees at the opening to the forest line, leading back to the small clearing. There were no low-hanging branches, no large leaves, no anything that I could trick myself into believing was what I had actually seen. I have not seen it since then. I did some mild searching on the internet, but found nothing even remotely close to it. So I just let it go. Until today, when I'd heard another story about it an hour ago. Does anyone know what this might be? Has anyone else in Central Florida or anywhere seen anything like this?